and gentlemen, esteemed guests and distinguished speakers, it is my honor to welcome you all to this conference focused on an issue that stands on the crossroads of energy transition, energy trilemma. Today we embark on a collective journey to delve into intricate balance between three fundamental dimensions: energy security, energy equity, and environmental sustainability. Energy trilemma encapsulates the challenge of finding equilibrium of three imperatives. It calls upon us to harmonize seemingly conflicting goals, to forge the path that transcends short-term gains for enduring prosperity, and also to innovate for the future that is both abundant and sustainable. It is a backbone for energy transition. My name is Edgars Groza. I'm going to be your host for today. We will have a rather intense program with marvelous speakers. So for the opening remarks, I would kindly ask to the stage President of World Energy Council Latvia, Associated Professor Olga Bogdanova. Please, the stage is yours.
Honored Minister, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's my great pleasure to invite you to Riga and welcome you to the conference Energy Trilemma, Backbone for Energy Transition, Baltic Sea region, organized by the World Energy Council Latvia in cooperation with its partners. Energy sector is going through turbulence of major challenges on the way on its net zero emissions targets. Recent events starting from the war in Ukraine to record-breaking energy prices in 2022 brought us to the new reality. Reality where the urgent actions are needed. This conference focuses on the three dimensions, pillars of the world energy trilemma: security, affordability, and sustainability. Those dimensions have conflicts among themselves, but at the same time, they're mutually supportive. The discussion points of this conference were carefully selected to focus on the thorough bottlenecks of our energy policies in all the member states and especially in the Baltic Sea region. On December 11, the same date like we have today, in 1924, the Cabinet of Ministers of the Republic of Latvia took a decision to join the World Energy Council. Thanks to that, today we have a unique opportunity to have outstanding speakers from different countries, from different sectors, to deep dive together and work on solutions. We are honored to have here today the chair of the World Energy Council, Dr. Michael Howard. I am very thankful to all the people who made this conference happen. And I would like to wish to all the participants fruitful discussions and probably, which is even more important, very good takeaways. I would like to invite to this stage the Minister for Climate and Energy of the Republic of Latvia for the welcoming speech, Mr. Kaspars Melnis.
Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I want to say a huge thank you for Olga for this conference, and I would say it's very important for us, as you could find the time and challenge to be here. It's very important for us. In these demanding times, it has become crystal clear that investing significantly in renewable energy generation is not just a choice, but a necessary. Our collective commitment to meeting the ambitious climate target 2030 and achieving climate neutrality by 2050 demands investment in sustainable energy source. Moreover, ensuring our energy independence has become an urgent priority. The current global situation underscores the need to resist our priorities. Therefore, prioritizing our energy security crucial is requiring extensive efforts of strengthening our long-term national security. It is essential to align these objectives with environmental and climate considerations. Fruitful Europe, and particularly with Latvian green objectives, present significant challenges. Embracing a large-scale transition to renewable energy is crucial in reshaping our society approach energy production and consumption for the foreseeable future. Each step we take forward demands careful consideration from various angles, especially in ensuring electricity price that doesn't become an unbearable burden. We are already moving forward, adopting new ideas today and planning for the future. It's very important that we explain this moving for our society, for people, because people support is one of the key issues for the future. As society, we must pioneer new solutions, educate it also boost motivation, and each of everyone for us raise greater awareness of engagement in sustainable independence of renewable energy production. In conclusion, finding a balance between green objectives, energy independence, and ensuring electricity affordability for all society. I'm hopeful for fruitful discussions, and what's most important, have great ideas, find new solutions, and have a great takeovers. And I've definitely, for our side, from Ministry, definitely going to see and feel, because it's very important for us at this moment find the best solutions for the challenges that we all have the same. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Olga, for the welcoming speech. Now I would love to ask to the stage Chair of World Energy Council, Dr. Michael Howard.
Good morning. It's a real privilege to be here with you this morning and throughout the day to really think about the energy trilemma and what can we do to balance all of the big challenges we have associated with security and affordability and sustainability. This is the challenge of our time, and it's just a real honor to be chair of the World Energy Council and have an opportunity to discuss these very important topics. We all have our own experiences and understanding and knowledge about how we can balance the trilemma, but it's coming together like this that gives us an opportunity to listen to other points of view, to think about a path forward, and to have a discussion about what it means to move forward in this very, very challenging world that we live in. So I want to say thanks to the World Energy Council in Latvia for hosting this event. I've really enjoyed over the last few months working with Olga and trying to put this together and think through the agenda. She's an incredible organizer and leader, and I really appreciate all the hard work that you've done to make this happen. I know there's a lot of people that help you, but it's these types of events that are so important to share ideas and talk about a way forward. So with that, I want to say thank you again. This afternoon, in my closing remarks, I'm going to talk briefly about another conference that is coming up in April. It's the World Energy Congress, and I'll say a few more words about that. But certainly, encourage each of you to get that on your agenda. It'll be in Rotterdam. And it's an opportunity to not only have a discussion in more of local geographical areas like the Baltics, but also to think more broadly about how we can make a difference globally. And so I'll reserve some of my closing comments to talk more about that. Now I would like to introduce you to an individual that I'm sure most of you know. I had a chance to meet with this particular individual a few months ago when I was here. I had a tour of his university, Riga Technical University, and was extremely impressed with what I saw, the work that they're doing here, the research that they're doing around sustainability and so on it's incredible to have such a strong university like Riga Technical University right here. And it was an honor to go through and talk with some of the folks and really see firsthand some of the great work that they're doing here. It is truly an impressive facility, just like this conference room is, to have that right here in Latvia. And so Professor Huna is the rector of the Riga Technical University, and I'd now like to welcome him to the stage and say a few words about this incredible university and resource in the Baltics here, and to really help make a difference on how we can solve some of these very difficult challenges that we have.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, first of all, for very kind words, and you introduced our university better than I could do it. Seriously, I would like just to emphasize how important is that with help of World Energy Council, we have opportunity to gather so important players in field of energy, both from political side, but also scientists and also decision makers. So it's a great privilege for us to host this conference, and I think it's kind of tipping point when we talk about, what is the future of energy, specifically talking in terms of the things happening around the Baltic, things happening in Ukraine. So I would say that very important is to take into account also that we have a scientific capabilities both in our university and other universities around Baltic states, helping to find solutions, but it's not just about technologies, what we can offer, but it's really find the kind of trade-off between politics, between costs of new energy resources, and also finding kind of midway so we can push forward with what we have. And I would like just to emphasize that where you are right now, this is the Riga Technical University campus, and we already have decided that by 2030 it will become climate neutral. And when we had the first research on how we can do it, we came across the same dilemma. Meaning, you can do it in terms of technologies, but then, of course, the question is about return of investments and how our existing political and let's say, bureaucratic network allows us to push forward more rapidly. So I would like to also thank Olga for pushing this conference forward. And one of the things I'd like to mention is that besides research, what university can offer, and then certainly you will have a chance, hopefully, to see some of our research labs in university. So we work both with hydrogen solutions, we work with heating solutions, with robotics, but I think it's very important also to emphasize the future of engineers who have been prepared at this university, because teaching engineers how the future of energy sector will look like, it's important to do it now in order to build competences which are needed for future, competences which are needed to build this energy sector more sustainable. So again, welcome to our campus. I'm really looking forward to a very fruitful discussion, and hopefully from this there will be very tangible solutions also for the solving this very important dilemma of today. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Juchna. Thank you, Dr. Howard, for opening remarks. We shall continue with our keynote speaker, Vice President of European Parliament, Dr. Robert Zīle. He will be joining us virtually from Strasbourg.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests and participants, I thank you very much for your kind invitation to be your keynote speaker. I would like to give a special thanks to Olga Bogdanova, who is bringing forward this conversation of energy security, affordability and sustainability to the Baltic stage. While I was an economics major myself, energy politics and policy has been a long-time topic of my attention and increasingly became a major part of my work both at home in Latvia and as well as in the European Parliament. And I will share my opinions combining both the energy and economic fields. By dividing the specific aspects of energy policy, it will give us a better understanding of the various aspects, because while separate, they do flow within one and another. It's true, we do not have a dilemma on our hands, but rather a trilemma between energy security, affordability, and sustainability. The ideal plan is for us to reach a healthy trade-off between all three dimensions, especially when looking at energy policy from a climate change perspective. We cannot be isolated views. Energy policy can and must appropriately address climate changes, but it must also facilitate our economic development. After all, our affordability and sustainability arises not just from environmental aspects, but also from economic aspects as well. My primary focus is on the Baltic Sea region, but I will expand towards the European and global context as well. We can say with confidence that our energy security is not what it once was. It will soon be 2 years since the beginning of the Russian war in Ukraine, and the energy sector has adjusted accordingly. It was a cold shower for the European energy market, suddenly having to force and establish the European energy sources at a high speed. Up until the war, our energy security was not the primary discussion point. The focus was on the climate goals and restriction of energy sources and investments. For example, for years we used to have built European Energy Union, but in the result we created Nord Stream 2 some years ago. In the past year and a half, the European fossil fuel market has changed significantly, but we have increased purchases of LNG from Russia. Saying how addicted the European market was, and to some extent still is, on Russian fossil fuels for its energy supply, showed that security aspect of European energy policy was not a serious enough of consideration as long as supplier does not become overly volatile. Even now, various Western fuel companies are entering contracts with the gas supplies for the next 25 years, bringing us very close to the 2050 deadline and putting shifting of our addiction to LNG. Which may be right from the technological point of view, but it's politically causes some wrong signals. Our energy security also rests on the uses of raw materials. In order to produce wind turbines or solar panels, we have to extract a large amount of raw materials to build the various components of all concerning mechanisms. Raw materials, in particular rare metals, which largely are mined in China. It dominates the global supply of critical raw materials and is a major player in dictating the supply chain also from Africa and South America. While it may seem green to be driving electric cars in Europe, every third kilometer in some countries is practically powered by the coal when taking into account the energy mix in this country. Europe is trying to divest, but let's be honest, we cannot fully substantiate the supply chain on our own. We are all aware these countries are the main players here. I will cover more on this point at the end of my speech. This takes me to the next point addressing affordability, in particular the electricity market design legislation and process. Its importance in the energy sector cannot be denied. It's crucial to address challenges which created the contracts for differences and power purchase agreement in this dossier. But however, it must be emphasized from my experience that in some countries, including Latvia, the incarnation of type of CFDs have become toxic with notably negative experiences in Latvia. Therefore, when formulating these necessary policies, maintaining member states' flexibility is essential in legislation. And one-size-fits-all approach is hard to imagine in the context. And I hope very much that the final text after negotiations between Parliament and Council on this file will keep this flexibility. Furthermore, the efforts to find solutions for vulnerable consumers are also very important, and particularly with the introduction of the system of final guaranteed suppliers for vulnerable consumers in the electricity market design file. But to the professionals at this conference, I would like also to highlight an unfair aspect in the electricity market, particularly concerning the principles of fair competition. Currently, a portion of profits from some public energy companies incumbent in those countries is schemed off, basically subsidizing transmission networks to provide so-called more affordable electricity for the vulnerable. The system is unsustainable and distorts competition. And a universal service approach maybe is an idea that should be considered where all market transmission and distribution participants share common, also financial commitments to the price affordability. Lastly is the topic of energy sustainability. Is profitable sustainability achievable? This is an important agenda item, but the question remains, is it profitability at the high level or maybe not so much? Yes, it particularly depends on the renewable side, on whether CFDs and PPA contracts are successfully concluded. However, in a transportation sector, mobility in general, sustainability doesn't mean completely avoiding the elephant in the room, public subsidies. In legislation, the more we politically compress the timeline for implementing the Green Deal, the more we must focus on the share of public funds for those ambitions. Will EU citizens be equally ambitious in finding those political aspirations is yet to be known. Sometimes it feels like we desperately want to be global leaders just for the sake of being these leaders. The so-called stick is heavy. Regulations and directives are plentiful, but the incentives, the carrots, are minimal. Also, we cannot forget that this could also change the mobility patterns of EU citizens. Sharing solutions sounds nice and progressive until the next pandemic or other challenges arise. In conclusion, returning to China, which I mentioned in the context of security, if we will acknowledge that China remains a leader not only in critical raw materials but also influence many world regions, we must recognize China's role in the risk regarding sustainability. Data shows that the manufacturing of electric cars can be 7 times more exhausted of critical raw materials than conventional cars. This is also true for wind turbines production, where the environmental impact of critical raw materials during manufacturing is significantly higher. And concerning solar panels, in order to gain 200 megawatts of electricity, about 500 football fields of the land are required. This is often agricultural land in countries where collecting solar energy is only viable at the best for half of the year. To sum up, the topics of energy security, affordability, and sustainability are not easy nor straightforward. I am certain that while the forthcoming discussions might be tough, they are also necessary and will be fruitful. I fully believe that the conference and distinguished participants will be able to leave a positive impact. Once again, I extend my deepest thanks to the organizers of the conference, and I wish the participants of the conference good luck and rewarding discussions.
Dr. Zīle has nicely set up the stage for today. And once again, he highlighted how important the balance between the dimensions is to maintain a healthy energy system. Before we continue with the first session, I wanted to address 3 things about the technical things. Firstly, the most important information about the conference, including the Wi-Fi password, is on your badge. Secondly, while you are enjoying the conference content, please fill in the survey regarding the energy trilemma. You'll find the QR code and the link on the bottom of your badge. And thirdly, within the program of the conference, we have organized 3 side activities you can sign up for. First one is to see Riga Technical University's Kuka robot simulation system modeling, virtual reality. It's scheduled for today, and a city tour, it's scheduled tomorrow. Please sign up at the registration desk in the lobby. And so we can start our first session. It's not a question whether in the recent years there were, and in the following years there will be some geopolitical disturbances. The question is how resilient Baltic Sea energy system is to withstand them. It's my pleasure to introduce you to the chair of the first session, Dr. Gatis Junhāns, board member of our National Energy Transmission System Operator, Augsburg Tīkls. Please, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you very much, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is my honor today to speak with you, with a highly competent listeners and auditory. And it is also my pleasure today guide you through this first session of today, which is devoted to energy security. And how we will organize it, first there will be introductory remarks, introductory presentations from a few speakers, and then there will be panel discussion when all panelists will join here at the front of the hall, and we will continue with questions in the panel. But first, let me introduce this discussion with a few introductory slides. Before the war, when we talked about energy security, we mostly talked about how structural developments in energy system affects security. We talked about lack of base load generation. We talked about decommissioning of fossil fuel generation, without which it is becoming more and more difficult to balance system. We talked about increasing intermittent generation, how to balance system. We talked about lack of flexibility in demand when prices hit high levels. But now, during past 2 years, Europe has gone through a severe energy crisis, and it's really a question whether this crisis is over yet. And this energy crisis revealed us to what extent energy infrastructure is open and vulnerable. And this will be main topic of this first session. Last year, there were explosions which damaged Nord Stream gas pipelines running underneath the Baltic Sea between Russia and Germany. Approximately 1 year later, this autumn, the gas pipeline Baltic connector and 2 communication cables were also damaged between Estonia and Finland and also Sweden, and this was probably done by a Chinese ship. And transmission system operators for gas and electricity have thousands and thousands of kilometers of pipelines, cables, overhead lines. There are thousands of substations and other key infrastructure sites. And single damage of critical infrastructure can be of great impact. For instance, Baltic connector damage, it will take approximately 5 months until it is repaired and put back in operation. And this incident reveals to what extent the energy infrastructure is vulnerable. And before the war, the physical security of this infrastructure was not a priority. And there are many experts who say that physically protecting this huge infrastructure is not feasible. But still, something has to be done. And the task is to find the right balance between the costs of monitoring, surveilling, and protecting this infrastructure and effectiveness of it. And in the future, Baltic Sea region will shift even more towards offshore infrastructure, as we will try to get more energy from offshore wind parks, more interconnectability via offshore interconnections. So this topic will become even more important in the future. With regards to electricity supply risks, European transmission system operators, ENTSO-E, regularly assesses adequacy of available resources. And last year was particularly difficult because there were several critical risks overlapping. Last year, Baltic Sea region saw unexpected, unprecedented energy import restrictions from Russia. Both gas and electricity imports from Russia gradually decreased to zero. Also, last year there were risks that due to deficit of fossil fuel, including natural gas, there would not be enough fossil fuel to run power plants during longer severe winter. Also, as a bad coincidence, nuclear availability last winter was not at the best shape, including nuclear power plants in Sweden were not available throughout the year in full capacity. Also in Finland, the new Olkiluoto 3 nuclear power plant was not available during winter time. And also in France, we saw a very low unavailability of nuclear capacity. And on top of that, last winter followed one of the worst droughts in Europe history in at least 500 years. So we entered the winter with a very low hydro reservoir levels, which were also low in a Nordic region. This winter, which we are now in, many of these adequacy risks are not here anymore and are not relevant. There still remain some local risks, but they are not with a high probability. Two of the most risks that we see this winter is lack of Baltic connector gas pipeline between Estonia and Finland, which is under maintenance until April. But Finnish industry seems to have adapted to this situation, and it should not cause major problems unless it overlaps with severe and long winter and additional outages. There is also constantly a risk for Baltic power system to be disconnected in an unplanned manner from Russia power system, but also in this regard, Baltic power system becomes more and more prepared by every month because we are continuously implementing new infrastructure and tools. and we are maintaining continuously readiness to synchronize with continental Europe in case if such a situation occurs. With regards to gas situation, also here, compared to previous year, we see a very positive trend. Market has adapted very well during 1 year and has found alternative sources of gas to replace Russian supplies. Also, by means of market forces and as well as coordinated activities from member states, the gas storages are 96% full when we enter the winter. Gas transmission system operators in Europe have made analysis and concluded that in normal reference winter scenario, we don't expect any major problems this winter. And also, electricity power system operators have made their winter outlook analysis, and also this analysis does not show any major problems or resource adequacy issues in this winter. There are some small traces of resource adequacy risks in Finland, but this might only occur if severe long winter overlaps with additional outages, so probability is very low. Europe's and also Baltic Sea region's political response to Russia's invasion in Ukraine is to accelerate the electricity transition, accelerate transition to renewable sources. This means a massive scale-up in clean energy is on its way. Renewable energy targets is not only about achieving climate goals, reducing emissions, but now renewable energy targets is also about security of supply. In Europe, in 2022, 40% of electricity was produced from renewables, and this proportion is growing every year. Also, in the Baltic states, proportion of renewable energy in production structure is quite high, 60%, but we have to take into account that Baltic region is still importing almost half of its power. So there is really a lot of work to do to make a Baltic region more independent based on renewable energy sources. And last point from my side is about additional measure that Baltic states are continuing to implement is a so-called synchronization project, where intention is to disconnect from Russia unified power system in 2025 in February. And currently we no longer depend on energy supplies from Russia. Electricity exchange with Russian system commercially has stopped. Also gas deliveries are no more, but dependency on system operation matter, on stability of frequency is still there. Therefore, accelerating synchronization project is our top priority in an electricity transmission system operators community. Thank you very much. And this is all from my side with regards to introductory remarks. And now I would like to ask Colonel Darius Uškuraitis to give introductory presentation. Colonel Uškuraitis has a long military career, started in 1990 He has a long and versatile service time and has been fulfilling different jobs at tactical, operational, and strategic level. He has been serving in different high-level positions, including in NATO, and since August 2021, he has been appointed as a director of NATO Energy Security Center of Excellence. And Colonel Uškuraitis will give us a presentation about energy sector risk assessment in the Baltic Sea region. Please welcome, with a round of applause, Colonel.
My picture looks a bit different. I'm trying to infiltrate, and without being noticed. That's a great pleasure to stand in front of this audience and to share some takeaways from the activities COE is conducting. I was asked, to brief on the vulnerability of Baltic region energy infrastructure. It is not as easy, as it looks like to ask this question. Bottom line up front, I would say that yes, infrastructure or critical energy infrastructure is vulnerable. But this depends on your perception and on the angle, risk perspective you are looking at it. But I will start with introducing the institution I'm working for. This is Energy Security Center of Excellence, and from the flags you see, we have 13 nations working together. And from the flags, you can recognize that we have NATO and PFP nations around the table. And I will end up probably with some ideas that a hybrid threat is kind of a network. And you need a network to defeat the network. So in our organization, we have established pretty strong network of subject matter experts who is working together already for 10 years. And our mission is to support NATO, nations, and partners to meet the challenges of dynamic energy security environment by addressing resiliency, operational energy efficiency, and critical energy infrastructure protection. As part of our mission, our center annually conducts coherent resilience tabletop exercises. Just recently, a few weeks ago, we conducted tabletop exercise here in Riga in Latvia. We were looking at offshore critical energy infrastructure protections aspects, and I will be probably very, very lightly touching some aspects which came out of this exercise. So some takeaways to share. We came to the conclusion that there is a need to evaluate and update prevailing current approach to risk analysis and assessment used by institutions or companies for crisis prevention and mitigation. The current approach still mainly relies on historic evidence or incidents in the past, and therefore cannot provide adequate preparedness and relevant emergency response mechanisms in situations when adversary employs creative and innovative combinations of different tools with cascading effects in multiple domains in order to achieve its target and strategic goals. The coherent resilience tabletop exercises revealed a number of gaps in current state of crisis preparedness, especially concerning hybrid threat and intentional attacks. So our recommendation was to include contemporary hybrid threat in risk analysis. We have been conducting exercises in Ukraine, Georgia, Central European pipeline system, all three Baltics, recently Baltic Sea region, and we have been facing very experienced people coming from industries, from operator level. And we found out that for their infrastructure risk assessment, they were ever looking backwards to see what incidents their particular operator or infrastructure security organization were facing. It was probably their security system was built on monitoring the premises to avoid copper stealing. And it was completely eye-opener for them when we brought them into exercise with a hybrid threat. They learned that they need some help from outside. They need support from governmental agencies to guide them through this new kind of forward intel services developed risk or threat analysis. And we are not yet there. There is decisions to be made. There are activities to be performed. And when we speak resiliency, which is part of our mission, resiliency is not something you have. It's not something you talk. This is something you do. So this is only example of a hybrid threat composition. It remains dynamic. Today we speak this picture. Tomorrow we might be facing a bit different, as dynamics in the environment will ever be a kind of challenging your security or protection concepts. Vulnerability assessment is usually classified. So assessment process requires close public-private sector cooperation. Because of classification, private and even public sector has limited or non-access to the assessment. This shortfall has been identified during all coherent resilience exercise. And when we did exercise for NATO Central European pipeline system, we were kind of really surprised when we saw that even there they were not exposed to intelligence-based threat assessments. Only a program manager, he had access to classified materials, but he could not share the assessment he was personally exposed to his ops department. So again, they were looking at how to protect their infrastructure from stealing copper or focusing on cyber incidents prevention, cyber hygiene, but forgetting OT security. So again, this hybrid approach is absolutely necessary. And when you see the delineation of responsibilities being not clear, that prevails infrastructure operators even from starting rethinking their security or the infrastructure security concepts. And there is no clear delineation in between the the capital S security responsibility, which is governmental agencies, governments, where they end up, where they stop with their responsibility, and small s, where infrastructure owners, they are obliged to take care of the security of their installations. So again, where we start, where operator responsibility ends, and where state steps in. Some of the nations across the Baltic Sea, they have already decided on that delineation. I know as we speak, probably in Denmark, industries, they have a meeting with their governmental organizations to make this decision. as this is absolutely necessary starting point for further concept development, surveillance, and ending to the protection. Okay. Main takeaways. I cannot share yet the main takeaways which from our last exercise we just ended a few weeks ago. Last week we had post-exercise discussions, but I can share some outcomes of Coherent Resilience 21, which was conducted for 3 Baltic states. If you scan the barcode on the right, you will be exposed to the public version of that report, which is much shorter than original one, but a few takeaways I would share. And this is very important to underline that we did this exercise for Ukraine, Georgia, Central European pipeline system, 3 Baltics, and those key takeaways were equally the same. Not all, but I would say 80% of the findings you can apply to UK, to Portuguese, to any system, energy system. So take an opportunity, read what is available, but you will see absolute necessity to initiate the actions. And sometimes it looks as this is kind of responsibility for single agency, Ministry of Energy, or operators, gas or electricity system operators, but this is where whole government approach is required. Operators, industries, they will not change the policy. Operators, they will not produce the intel service or intel-based threat analysis. And what is key, those public or private enterprise, they are not exposed. They do not have even permission to see classified materials. When it goes to hybrid threat-based assessment, you cannot proceed only with open source assessments. And again, whether it's easy to find a solution, this is not easy, as if it was easy, probably it was already done. Some nations, they are moving very close to finding some solution, but there is no solution for who NATO or EU. It's national responsibility to find that solution. And again, government supposed to be in lead. We have also discussed the kind of spare part availability in the region. It was mentioned in the previous presentation that the time to repair is critically important, and we have exercised in the scenario that some critical equipment was damaged. Let's say transformator or transformer, which to repair takes, or to produce takes 3 years, and cost is from 50 to 200 million euros. And we found out that, for example, the same transformers in the reserve were in Sweden, Swedish operators that we have, and this perfectly fits for Latvia, Lithuania. But there is no agreement in between governments that this would be possible to share. So again, governments, they need to make, I don't know, multilateral or bilateral agreements to facilitate that this share of spare parts. Definitely, they are very important for single nation. But if you look again as a network to be operational, network to defeat the network, this is probably one of the solutions, as a single country will not be ever be able to store all necessary spare parts, for your system. Alternative communication pathways. As soon as you lose electricity in 2 hours, you are left without your gadget, like cell phone, you know, and we discovered that crisis management organizations in a number of countries, they rely on public phone system. They will be off. What we do? Do we have any kind of alternative communication means? Yes, we have some system made available for NATO. Whether NATO is, as organization, they know they're supposed to share it, not yet, but they have already recognized that problem. Energy cooperation agreements, or emergency cooperation agreements in the region would facilitate a number of problems in the future to be solved. And we have different frameworks or regions. If you look at the European Union, this is a regional organization. But the problematics we have in the region, we have Nordic countries, we have Baltic Nordic framework. We have a framework where Baltic Nordic plus Poland is utilizing. Since I started my rotation as NSEC director, we have conducted a number of TTXs. I have never seen any energy security related agendas on those forums. So this is, again, we have frameworks available, we have problems identified, but it looks as we never succeeded to agree upon the problem. If we are not able to agree upon the problem, I'm kind of, we have some doubts that we will find a solution for the problem. So we have frameworks, we have shortfalls identified, and again, just some numbers to illustrate how big network we have created here in Riga a couple of months ago for the Coherent Resilience Baltic TTX. You see the participants from 53 institutions and organizations, 13 countries, but 22 nations, as some internationals, they counted, coming from international organizations, they are counted as separate nation, but both public and private sector, NATO and EU organizations, military and civilians. So some more barcodes were to see our products, what we do, what we can do for you. And I will be really happy to take one of the chair during the panel, and I will be glad to take your questions there. Thank you.
Thank you, Kanal. Time is flying. We will take questions really during the panel. And now, as a next introductory speech, I would like to ask Mrs. Anastasia Laryi. She's a policy advisor at the American Chamber of Commerce to EU, and she's expert in field of energy, policy and energy security, focusing on the impact of EU legislation on third countries and safe and resilient energy systems. Please, let's welcome Anastasia.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you first to the World Energy Council Latvia for inviting me. Today I've been asked to mostly talk about the views of transatlantic for energy security and how we can address the vulnerabilities altogether. So I think what's the most important for me to share already is that today I'm not looking to go over a collection of data points. Instead, I really want to discuss strategy. So it really will be about understanding how we can equip ourselves with the knowledge to make informed, proactive decisions. So I'll be looking at the three main pillars for energy security. So that's diversity of supply, flexible and resilient supply chain, and mitigating strategies. For the diversity of supply, we're talking about a comprehensive strategy that looks at the domestic resources, but also global perspective, and that's very important. Let's talk about gas, for example. So after Russia's invasion in Ukraine, gas flow from Russia to the EU has stopped. You all know that. But that has also started a new global gas trade, and that led to a noticeable imbalance. So it really needed a dual strategy from the EU. It's about increasing alternative supply and, when and where feasible, reducing demand. So in order to reduce demand, obviously, the most efficient energy is the energy we do not use. And here, it's important to know that energy efficiency has been at the heart of every business plan, and that is much before the Green Deal. It's because it's basically a measurement for constant industrial processes improvement and therefore industrial competitiveness. The tricky part is this, however, is that the industry, in order to keep decreasing their energy demand and in order to produce more technologies that are energy efficient, well, they need a stable framework for investment. And it's a trend we've seen on both sides of the Atlantic. You have the US Inflation Reduction Act with about $86 billion that has been used. And then on the EU side, they have been improving the Energy Efficiency Directive. So it definitely is something that we're seeing. But as Vice President Zille mentioned, there's not a lot of carrots out there. And I mean, apart from the funding that is needed, there's also more that is needed, and that's because even though there are technical efforts within the industry to improve efficiency, without a predictable regulatory environment, policies that nurture competition, and harmonize internal market, companies cannot go for it. They cannot do it. And when reducing demand is not possible, which sometimes is the case, there is another side of the coin, and that's alternative supply. And this can take multiple different shapes. First of all, if you look at supply chain and alternative supply globally, partnership with like-minded countries are very important, obviously. And if we go back to the gas example that I've mentioned before, when we halted gas trade with Russia, one of the things that was really helpful was the partnership we had with US industries and the LNG flow that we received from the US. For you to comprehend just about how important this was during the crisis, in 2022, the US exporters shipped about 2.5 times more than they have shipped in 2021. And in 2022 alone, that represents 3 times more than they have supplied to all of Asia, the entire continent. So those are really staggering numbers. But it's also important to note that this was a reactive decision that happened when the crisis was already there. But to try and avoid going through a crisis such as this again, there is another way to seek alternative supply, and that's technological neutrality. And I know it sounds a little bit like a catchphrase, I get it, but I think it's really important to understand that technological neutrality really is about embracing an open-minded and an inclusive approach to all of the energy sources and energy technologies out there. So, I think you all know that the energy and the technology sectors are evolving at an unprecedented pace. Everything happens very, very fast. So attempting to create a list, of energy and technologies that will be able to receive public funding and government funding, it's kind of like trying to catch a moving target. And I'm sure you've heard already how different the US and the EU have approached this trying to fund low-carbon technologies. I've mentioned it before, the IRA and the Green Deal. And I'm not here to tell you one is better than the other. That's not why I'm here today at all. What I want to tell you is that there really is strength in number. And I'll ask you to bear with me a little bit right now and do a little exercise. So just imagine for a second that you're moving to a new city and you're going to the only shop around, and you only find one brand of chocolate. You might enjoy it at first because it's chocolate, so of course you will, but you have little alternative. If the price increases, if the supplier just stops selling to your shop, you will not have any chocolate left. And I mean, it's chocolate, so it's fine. If it's energy, it's clearly a little bit more complicated. On the other side, if you go and you move to a city, you go to the shop and there's a lot of different types of chocolates, then you can choose your favorite. You can have at least one type of chocolate always available for you. And you can switch between options if one of them is your favorite or if one of them just becomes more expensive. And what I'm trying to say here with this chocolate example is that technological neutrality follows a very similar principle. It provides customers with a lot of different types of energy sources so that they can decide which one to choose from. They're also less susceptible to potential disruption, whether they are because of the prices or weaponization of supply. So when you think about it this way, in order to increase energy security, we need policies that will serve as catalysts for stimulating all type of low-carbon energy. I mean, you know, more is better. It's as simple as this. Yeah. So let's now look at the second aspect that I've mentioned before, and that's flexible and resilient supply chain to enhance energy security. What I want you to keep in mind here is that supply chains are only as strong as their weakest link. And the need for reliable and stable supply of, let's take raw material and critical material, like Vice President Zille has mentioned as well, it cannot be overstated. I mean, they're essential for any modern product, from your telephone to the bus that you took to come here this morning. And they're usually taken for granted, and the vulnerability of those supply chains really is a pressing concern. And of course, with geopolitical tension, trade restriction, or any other type of enforcing circumstances, it could have far-reaching consequences. And that also works, obviously, for dependence on limited number of suppliers and or region. And I'm going to take a very easy example here. 2010, Japan found some Chinese fishermen that were fishing in disputed waters. That led to China starting a pressure campaign banning rare earth exports to Japan. The ban, as you can imagine, was a huge threat to Japanese industry because they were relying at about 98% on China for those minerals. So you can imagine how much of an impact this can have. So obviously, with this virtual monopoly, well, China won the pressure campaign, and Japan was forced to release the fishermen. So these are the type of risks that we might encounter if we keep being so dependent on critical raw material. And right now, I think it's worthy to note that the EU and the US are trying to get away from this dependency, but as of right now, China supplies about 95% of the EU rare earth. Again, staggering numbers, right? So in order to achieve, trying to reduce dependency, there are 4 key steps that we have looked at on the transatlantic view. Speeding permitting processes, improving access to funding, creating recycling and economic system with circularity, and of course the focus on international and transatlantic relationship. For faster permitting, the timely acquisition of necessary permits plays really a pivotal role in ensuring that the EU gets a secure flow of raw materials. I've already mentioned it to you, but technology advances is just extremely fast right now. And traditional permitting timeline can be very slow, and they hinder the development of a lot of mining projects that are crucial for the EU to get the minerals and materials that they need. Again, a little example. China, if you want a mining raw material, it takes about 3 months to get a permit. In the US, we're already at 10 years. And in the EU, we're 15 to 17 years. So I think those numbers make it easy to understand that just having faster permitting processes is not just a matter of administrative efficiency. It really is a strategic imperative to boost the security of raw material supply and our supply chains in general. And hand in hand with the speedier permitting that is needed, a robust funding environment leads to improvement in the resilience of the supply chain as well. Again, it comes back to how fast new energy sources and technologies are appearing. It requires substantial investment in research, in development, to optimize processes, to enhance efficiency, and minimize environmental impact as well. And for this, state incentives are a very crucial piece of the puzzle. In addition, timely and accessible funding is crucial to mitigate the risk associated with geopolitical tension and uncertainties and market fluctuation. Again, here, diversity is just the best way to go. A diverse range of funding, whether it is public, private, or public-private partnership, it provides a buffer against disruption in the global economy. It also enables projects to adapt to changing conditions, and it ensures the continuous flow of raw material in the EU. Another angle that I have mentioned, and I have broached during this speech as well, is the need for industries and countries to be prepared to mitigate and avoid vulnerabilities proactively. And here I'm going to talk about circular economy. And I have a very concrete example of one of our member companies. Again, it is no secret that China has 80% monopoly on solar manufacturing industry. And it's also not a secret that this represents a huge threat with the ever-growing consumption of solar panels that we have in order to attain the net zero by 2050. So one of our member companies, in order to try and deal with this, has invested in high-value solar photovoltaic and remain today one of the only solar panel producers that has an in-house recycling capabilities for photovoltaic. They recycle about 90% of the semiconductor material and 90% of the glass, and they can be recycled about 41 times. That represents about 1,200 years of reusing the same material. So, now that we've talked about that, there is another one that is very, very important. And that's the fact that recycling does not only address environmental concerns, but it also plays a strategic role in enhancing security and energy security overall. I mean, by 2040, we have estimated that approximately 10% of the minerals could be just recycled and reused. And that makes a difference already, and it's very important to keep in mind. It doesn't eliminate the need to have continued investment for raw material alternative supply to avoid disruption, but it is a way to mitigate the vulnerabilities that we have at the moment. And finally, and I'll leave you with this, because that's probably the most important part of the speech, is that as I represent American companies that are invested in Europe, I want to talk about a subject that is very close to our heart, and that's the transatlantic partnership, obviously. Again, I've mentioned I'm not here to bid the IRA versus the Green Deal at all. I don't think one is better than the other. I think we can learn from both, and I think, again, strength is in numbers. So if we look at, the investments in clean energy on the US side, in the EU side, we have to be really careful on how it is implemented. We must ensure that the implementation is in the right way to avoid subsidy race and market distortion. Now is really just not the time for new trade tension. So this requires countries to work together. And there are several ways that they can do that. They can have clear global long-term plans to help producers make informed infrastructure and capital investment decisions. And that can happen through, for example, COP28 that is going on right now. But government can also set clear policy framework that are compatible across borders. And we're seeing some progress in that with the Trade and Technology Council and a lot of discussion. But it's very important that we keep going towards this. And there are other general collaborative efforts that can be made, whether they're joint ventures, research and development initiative, technology sharing agreements. If we pool all of our resources and our expertise together, it is easier to collectively address the challenges, and in turn, that will lead to a more resilient and secure global chain. And I think the fact is, the EU and the US need each other to achieve the climate and energy goals. We have the same goals. So if we pull everything together, we have way more chance of being able to achieve them. In aligning our strategies in both sides of the Atlantic, we not only enhance our individual security, we also contribute to the stability of the global energy market. And that's one of the best ways to be able to ensure our own security as well. So as I've said again, and I will say it one last time, just so it stays in your mind, is that there is strength in number. And so if we work all together, we have higher chances of addressing those vulnerabilities. Okay. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Time is flying. Ms. Larry, please take seat at the panel, and we will start our panel discussion now. I would also like to ask other panelists, Colonel Užurkaitis, please join us for the panel also. And also I will invite Professor Rick de Donker to the panel. Professor Donker is director at E.ON Energy Research Center and Research Campus, Flexible Electricity Networks, and professor at Aachen University. Hello, Professor. Nice meeting you. And also I would like to ask to join us Mr. Klaus Skytte. He's CEO at Nordic Energy Research at the Nordic Council of Ministers. Hello. Yeah, I will join you here. And yeah, since Professor de Donker, since you have not given us yet our first initial impulse speech, could you give us your view on what could be potential solutions from your point of view or part of solutions for tackling energy security for infrastructure?
Yes, thank you, and also thank you for the invitation. I would like, actually, I had prepared some slides, but maybe out of time we cannot show them. But I wanted to bring a positive message, and that is that we are developing jointly, globally, on new technologies that basically allow us to avoid the dependability on rare earth materials. I've been working for my whole career on power electronics. And with power electronics, we can move to higher frequencies, higher speeds, and that allows us to design propulsion systems for electric vehicles without permanent magnet machines. Actually, permanent magnet machines are dangerous because at high speed, if you have an internal fault, you have a short and you have fire. And actually in the US, a company already learned, Delphi, about 30 years ago, went bankrupt because of using permanent magnet generators in their cars. So this is a message that I would like to bring, that power electronics allows us to redesign the electrical grid and move to DC technology. I was, before I came to the University of Aachen, I was 10 years in the US working for General Electric. And we developed for US Navy ships DC technology and high-frequency solid-state transformers. So the biggest thing that I see as a threat of security of supply of materials is ultimately copper. Most of the copper production is not in China, but the refining of copper is done more than 75% in China. So we are buying ourselves into, again, a situation that we are dependent, again, on one sole supplier. But the biggest problem with copper is that according to the US Geological Survey in 2019, they published a report that in 2065 we run out of copper, at least at a concentration of 0.15% in the mining. Now that report did not take into account that 1 billion people on this planet have no access to electricity. So if we don't have them electrified, so to speak, they will try to come to our countries with all the human disasters that we are experiencing today. So we have to take that into account. Secondly, 1.4 billion vehicles on the road have to be electrified. And then the heating and cooling with heat pumps. When you calculate, when we do this with the classical 50 hertz or 60 hertz in the US, transformers and grids, we are running out of copper by 2047. That is even before we reach 2050, the zero neutral CO2 neutrality. So that is the biggest problem that we are facing, and the issue is that we have to move to effectively grids that are based on DC, medium and high frequency transformers that use substantially less material and that can also be fully recycled. So if at the end I only have one choice of chocolate, I hope it is Belgian chocolate. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, Mr. Skytte, am I pronouncing your...
Yeah, you did right.
Okay. Yeah, the current energy crisis ultimately is a result of previously made decisions by society And from your point of view, what were the main drivers which facilitated the energy crisis, and what could have been done differently, or what should be done differently to mitigate in the future those drivers?
Okay, thank you. There was a lot in one question, but I'll try to reply. Last year, we conducted a study on the Nordic energy trilemma, where we actually look at why we saw these prices and why we saw the crisis and the effect on the Nordic countries. And as you mentioned in your introductory slide, we found out that this is more like a perfect storm. It's not on? Oh, closer. Okay, there we go. So we found out that this is a perfect storm. You showed also in one of your illustrations that you could see that there was both a very dry year in the Nordic for the hydropower, there was shortage in gas supply, etc., etc., etc. We found out that this was not unique for each country, because it really depends on the technology mix, the situation in each country. So we found out that you could have some common things that there was driving the energy crisis, and then we have some individual things. Then your second question was about how to... What's the second question?
Yeah, maybe what could have been done differently.
Okay. Then we also look at the measures that were taken in order to cooperate with the high energy prices. And we again find out that it was very different how you actually implemented different policy measures that was taken there. We actually, in the Nordic countries, came out quite good from the country, if I have to say that. So I don't think we could have handled it differently. But also, as your slides show, we actually have learned a lot from the lesson. And I think this is the most important thing, that we have learned from a crisis. So now we're prepared for the next round, if that should happen.
Okay. Ms. Lari, what could have been done differently?
Hi, thank you. So to answer just a part of what could have been done differently, I've approached it already quickly during my speech, but I think, as I said, the most efficient energy is the one we do not use. So if we had worked on energy efficiency, more stable framework and regulatory environment, that would have definitely been helpful, because it would have helped the industry, to progress in their effort to, just create technologies that are more efficient and also just be more efficient themselves. So, just funding for research for energy efficiency, I think is something that could have been done a bit differently. I think I also mentioned technological neutrality and alternative supply. I think that's also an important part. Technological neutrality really helps not being dependent on a single source of energy, and that would have been major during the crisis. This one is not always easy to talk about, but I think that if we had policies that recognize the long-term role of gas with newer technology that exist, like carbon capture and storage. I mean, those technologies exist right now, and they could be used for those, very short-term to medium-term, in order to help so that we do not have to completely phase out of certain alternative energy supply that we have right now that might be useful in terms of crisis. And I mean, I know we went through the LNG and, we still have gas, but I think it's important to keep in mind that one of the top supplier of gas, domestic producer of gas that we had at the time of the crisis was the Netherlands, and they started phasing out gas in 2018. So we ended up, very little wind production that year. There was more need for energy that year as well, because it was a very cold winter, as you've mentioned before. So all of this together, and the fact that we're already phasing out coal, meant that at the end of the day, we were very reliant on outside supply for gas. Of course, Russian one. Then that helped with the LNG. But if we use technologies to try and make those energy supply less bad for the environment, we, have better public acceptance, and we can keep relying on a lot of energy supply.
You mentioned also in your introductory speech this restrictive environment for getting permits, getting licenses overall. environmental impact and maybe also social acceptability is a challenge. And do you think in general that achieving energy security, does it mean that we have to compromise in the long run with our environment to what some extent or to large extent? Or if we don't change that, is there other way?
So, no, I don't think we should compromise on climate goals in general at all. What I'm saying is that when we're in time of crisis, or when we can see that we have very specific vulnerabilities and we need to address them in order to avoid going through what we have been through in recent years, one way to do that is to use the technologies that exist and keep giving investment in research and development so we can develop more technologies so that the sources, the fossil fuel that we're using is less polluting, has less impact on the environment. That's what I mean when I say that. For example, carbon capture and storage. I mean, there's still a lot of research that needs to be done in that. It's not it exists, so that's it. We should just use it the way it is. As I said, technology advances very fast. That's a great thing. But in order for it to advance and go, towards where we want it to go, which is climate goals, we need the proper incentives so that industry can follow that. But no, I definitely do not think that we should try to take a step back from the climate goals at all. I think that's, the climate goals are a great way for us to also diversify our supply. I mean, we can look at so many different types of energy sources, renewable, geothermal energy, small modular reactors. I mean, there's a lot of things to look at. So, yeah.
Mr. Skitta, the same question. Can Trilemma work sustainable and secure?
I'm sure it can, but you have to be aware how to do it. And that's where you need a lot of experience and knowledge exchange. We have seen very good examples in the Nordics where you actually have another kind of trilemma where you, as you mentioned, when you have to, for example, do offshore installation, you also want the energy, you want environmental positive impact, and you want coexistence with fishermen and other use spatial planning. If you do the planning right, you can actually have all of three of them. But it is a matter of political decision. You can have artificial reefs that actually make sure that you have more fish when you build offshore, etc. But it takes time, and you have to do it. So I'm sure you can do it.
Okay. Professor Donker, do you have the same view?
Yes, I see gas as a transition technology until we have 100% electrified everything. Because electricity is the only energy, let's say, carrier that allows us to be 100% CO2 neutral. And I think that from that perspective, the thing that we as a electrical engineering community, especially in the power electronics societies of IEEE, for instance, see a little bit frustrating is that the investments to move to that has been too slow. Because we see a lot of advantages of going to more decentralized power generation using PV, solar, battery storage, but also heat storage, linking to local heat distribution systems, etc. And also, of course, ultimately electrolyzers that create the synthetic fuels that we need for those applications that won't fly with batteries. And so right now the research in propulsion systems is going in all electric aircraft. We are not doing any more research, fundamental research in automotive sector. I mean, at this moment, at this production, they have to earn money. So from all this, I see that the ultimately our energy will come from solar because it is the cheapest source. What do we need for solar energy? Sand and the energy comes from the solar PV. Wind turbines at one point will become too expensive. So the combination of wind turbine, solar, and batteries at this moment is still the cheapest solution, but ultimately wind turbines will become too expensive. We have seen it last month that the UK government basically want to install 3 gigawatt of offshore wind farms at 45 pounds per megawatt hour. No one made a bid because they cannot produce it for that. So we already start seeing that the supply of materials, the cost of copper has doubled over the last 5 years, that all those sources that require a lot of those fundamental materials, including concrete, which is also highly energy-consuming material, so to speak, are becoming quite expensive. And so we have to move systematically to those approaches and accelerate it. That's why I see, for instance, that developing countries like Africa, India, we should immediately implement there the new technologies and not go back to the old 50, 60 hertz transformer technologies that were developed 100 years ago. It's too big. Do you know that for 1 gigawatt of active power, from the power station to the end users, we use 25,000 tons of copper and steel for just 1 gigawatt. So if we do it with DC technology, we only use less than 1,000 tons of materials. And that could save basically the energy transition. So those are the kind of things we have to focus on. And one important thing is the US and Europe are still the leading nations, together with Japan, in the power electronics technologies. So we have to keep on top of that. The previous president of China said not rare earth materials is the basic material for the future of China. He said rare earth materials and power electronics are the future for China. So we have to stay ahead of the power electronics because we can reduce the material consumption significantly. Look at the power supply of your computer. That is running today at 100 kilohertz. Very soon we have power supplies at 1 megahertz with gallium nitride. So those are the kind of things we have to look into. Use less materials, and with power electronics we can be more redundant. So we will have many, many more decentralized power stations so that a global attack to those will not disturb the grid immediately because they will be protected with different protection schemes. So I think the future is bright, but we have to accelerate the whole development in that direction.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, EU and member states took very strong action to address the energy crisis. There were numerous measures. The alternative gas supplies were found. There were introduction of price caps, intervention in the market. EU launched the 300 billion Repower EU funds to advance infrastructure, and member states individually added another 300 billion euros to aid end users to cope with the bill. Yeah, Mr. Colonel Uškaraitis, could you comment, do you see among those actions that there is what you mentioned in your speech, that there needs to be more government approach, more inter-government cooperation? Do you see sufficient actions in this regard?
Yeah, thank you for pretty challenging question for NATO Security Center of Excellence Director. Different to speak what EU does and how much EU is somebody, you know, which has autonomy to act. EU is still governments who decides. So how many governments reside in the EU? So many solutions probably you will find. When it goes to our center, one of pillars is definitely energy efficiency, but energy efficiency for military operations. What we do, we develop operational energy concept. As of now, there is no doctrine for energy in NATO. There is no doctrine for energy in EU. So I would say it's equal level. When it goes to the concepts, of using energy. Does anybody know the concept which is available now? Stanag-based concept, energy-wise? Only one concept I know for in NATO, it's single fuel concept, which calls for aviation fuel to be used for all platforms. There is nothing greenish, it's aviation fuel. Industries, the researchers, now they are developing new platforms, land-based, air-based, space. They are still developing these platforms based on old good diesel engines. And those platforms will be running for at least 50 years in advance. Now we're discussing some kind of net zero requirement for 2040, for 50. Those platforms will still be running, and I see that blended fuel solution will be kind of an option as a beginning for military platforms. Another case is definitely for infrastructure. There's a lot of defense-related infrastructures, military-related infrastructures, based in the fixed locations, but also deployable infrastructures. So far, I should say there is not a big development towards efficiency. As companies who is providing those deployable, especially solutions, they are challenged with the requirement coming, we need a kind of infrastructure for 3,000 packs yesterday, full stop. There is no efficiency requirement for that. Industries, they do have much more efficient solutions, but if they use that solution, they will lose the competition because of the price. Our governments, our EU goes for a lowest price in competition, but not for the mostly energy sufficient solution or efficient solution. Maybe this one aspect should be brought forward. Definitely for military applications, good future is for industrial solution when it goes to running infrastructure. We do conduct energy efficiency course at our COE, and we brought students to the military infrastructures, which has been recently established, just to show not the way to do, but way not to do. I would be really happy to have at least some kind of technology demonstrator in the region where to bring students and to show the way of doing in the future. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Maybe there is a question from audience to our panel you would like to ask. Yes, please. Can we get the mic?
I heard you speak about, Andrus Kulbergs from the Saima of Latvia. I wanted to ask, before you were talking about the security matters in terms of resources, what China is especially in solar panels, but then as well in the technology and wind turbines as well, and raw materials. You talked about the availability of things, but how about the main thing, what brings those all things together, wires or cable? What I've learned, the amount of push, what is happening in the renewables at the moment, what's happening with all the countries setting their targets and pushing those targets up front. So the push is very hard for the wind parks, for the solar parks, we see that connecting these parks is a matter of problem. There's a demand for 25,000 kilometers of cable. And we see that cable production, cable raw material availability, or the capacity to actually connect these things is not there, and it's totally neglected. How do you see this going forward from the security point of view?
Thank you for the question. So just to be fully transparent here, the American Chamber of Commerce, CED, does not have a specific position on this, so I'm unable to fully answer the question. However, I think that if there is an availability of raw material for those pipes that you mentioned and for those cables that you mentioned, I think it all comes down to the same thing. We need faster permitting so we are able to mine them, or we need to be able to have collaboration with like-minded countries that are able to do the mining so we can then receive them. So in our opinion, the thing that matters the most is that we are able to look at it globally with other countries that might have either the resources or, you know, like if they do not have resources, they might have other agreements with other countries, and that can open a door for us. And that would be the most important thing. The other one would be, again, being able to recycle those materials, because if there's not enough of them, then if you recycle them, the pressure on the supply chain and the need for those materials reduces a little bit. I mean, I talked most specifically about solar panel because this was the one that we were the most interested in. But critical raw materials in general, whether they're for the transport sector, the energy sector, or any other sector for that matters, it's a very big vulnerability as of right now. In most sectors, it really is. And it's not only availability, it's also, you know, how you process it. I mean, as you mentioned, China processes raw material a lot more than other countries. For some of them, I think it's lithium, but I'm not 100% sure, so don't quote me on this. But I think it's about 100% of the processing, or like 90, yeah. So it's extremely high. So if we also develop our infrastructure for recycling, for processing, and this, of course, needs very high investment, then we'll be able to tackle a little bit of this vulnerability. And again, for those investments that are so big, what we need is private and public to be involved. So state incentive, but also partnership in the private and public sector.
If I may add to that, to your question about cable and also what you mentioned, transformers, it takes 3 years to have a high voltage transformer, let's say for 1 gigavolt ampere for the offshore platforms. I visited a company in Sweden that produces these transformers, and I think we also agreed that the way we do it today, only 3 companies globally can make these transformers, and the bottleneck is a testing facility for those 50 hertz transformers, which are huge. The insulators are 30 meters long for 1 million volt. So we have also developed technologies, and we are discussing that with these companies, to go to 200 or 400 hertz. So in that case, the transformer becomes 4 to 8 times lighter, and then more companies can produce that. So those are the kind of innovations that we are driving. Also, offshore and wind farms or PV panels parks in general, if we collect the energy first in medium voltage DC, go to medium voltage solid state transformers that we call it, and medium frequency, we can save so much material that also more companies can produce it. And then we bring the technology back to Europe and the United States. So this is the approach to go, to innovate and to accelerate. In Germany, if you want to build a 1 or 2 gigawatt transmission line, overhead line, it takes 25 years. Because every little township can go to court and say, not in my backyard. But when we go to DC, even in distribution system, underground, people accept it right away, at least in most places. It takes far less time. So we have right now in several countries, between Denmark and Belgium, they're building an energy island where there will be wind farms, PV, and so on, and 3 gigawatt of power has to be brought on land. Still, the electricity company wants to do it with overhead power lines. All the cities are protesting against it. And the utility companies are saying, yeah, but underground is too expensive, because they are thinking of gas-insulated, high-voltage AC lines that require tunnels, while DC requires cables that you put into the ground, which is also more resilient against attacks and so on than overhead lines. So we are still sitting with old technology in power engineering community that has not learned enough from the new technology that was developed 45 years ago when I was working at General Electric for US Navy ships, that we moved to DC technology. Because under attack, they can defend themselves because we have more redundancy, we have more power sources, and so on. So it is the most frustrating thing in my career has been the fact that moving to electric cars, it took someone like Elon Musk to do it, even when we had developed the technology 30 years ago. The medium frequency, high frequency power supplies I developed as I was a NATO grant going to the University of Wisconsin as a postdoc. This is where I met the previous rector of TU Riga, Leonid Rybikis, who is sitting there. And we developed what we call today the dual active bridge, a DC to DC converter at higher frequencies that consumes far less materials. At General Electric, I also developed a concept which was implemented by Toyota. It was the biggest license that they ever had of a DC converter in a car for the Toyota Prius. And the reason why Toyota used permanent magnet machines has a lot of technical reasons. But that the other OEMs who do full electric cars copied that was a stupid decision. Elon Musk is now producing all electric cars with induction machines. They don't need permanent magnets. And there you see when someone makes the right decisions, that things can move fast. I don't understand why the German car manufacturers are still betting on permanent magnet machines. It doesn't make any sense from a pure technology viewpoint. So that is the thing that we have to teach young engineers, that they stand up and say, this is the right technology, the decision to go to these and these technologies, and dependencies are wrong. We have to find the right technologies that are equally efficient and even more efficient than what we did in the past.
If may I take on the new technologies. We entered experimentation phase already in NATO operational energy concept development, and we have already proven that with a new technology you can save something like 30% of the energy. However, some 5 years ago we have conducted another experimentation, and we built the energy efficiency handbook, which is equally applicable to military infrastructure and your households. Only by changing human behavior you can save 20% of your energy. So I would say the education is here, is the key, and this education is supposed to start maybe not from the university but from kindergarten, and this is our success story. So we do conduct this course every year again, and it's proven by experiment. Changing human behavior is 20% of reduction. And again, changing human behavior is not something what goes like this. This is time-consuming and effort-consuming.
Colonel, maybe additional question to you. We see from practice today that repairing subsea, submarine interconnection takes months. At the same time, as Professor mentioned, repairing onshore interconnection cable or overhead line, it's probably within 1 week or so if the reserve materials are available. Do you think it's feasible in the future to protect, to monitor, to patrol these thousands of kilometers of marine infrastructure, or there needs to be some shift?
Yeah, that's another good question, which is asked almost everywhere I go. When it goes to existing underwater infrastructure, you should probably ask not me, but industries who is operating this infrastructure. They will probably say that they have a plan and measures in place to monitor the cables, to do surveillance, but equipment they're using is not capable of surveilling everything at once. So this is something like random or pre-planned activity, which is using 365 days to be somewhere. You cannot monitor everything. In the future, probably the built-in solutions is the answer. You will not be able to cover everything, but if you build in some solutions to provide some data on the livability of the infrastructure, that's probably the one of the ways and one of the opportunities.
Yeah, Professor, can you comment?
Well, the thing that surprised me is that despite all the satellites and everything that we can detect, that it has not been clear till today who sabotaged the gas pipelines. Or maybe we don't get the information. I think that the latter is more the case. But one thing that we have overlooked over the years, and this is typical for classical power engineering, is that we built, for instance, nuclear power plants of 1.3 gigawatt. And now, if you would build more decentralized power systems where you can also locally use the waste heat for heating, that would have been for what we call exergy, so how well you use the primary energy, a much better solution. So when I was studying, at that time, big was beautiful, because a power plant of 1 gigawatt, about 300 people are working there. A power plant of 100 megawatts, 300 people are working there. So guess what happened? The industry always went for the cheapest solution with the least amount of labor. And this is something that also governments should more regulate, is that we have more redundancy, and that automatically brings more resiliency. Never put everything into one basket. And I think that is, has been, the problem for many years. And also companies that are providing the gas and so on. I mean, we have a public-private partnership, as you introduced myself as a director of the E.ON Energy Research Center, which is a 100% university research center, with a large donation of E.ON, founded 15 years ago. At that time, E.ON Ruhrgas, well, they were not asked to protect their infrastructure because the world was beautiful and cooperation would also lead. That was at least our belief. The more you create independencies, the less risk for war. But you can never negotiate that with a dictator. We learned that many times in our history, unfortunately.
Yeah. Mr. Skytte, in Nordic Energy Research report that you mentioned, there was mentioned that there is a structural trend that there is an incoming variable generation, solar, wind. At the same time, there is markets are not maybe remunerating sufficiently the replacement production, or conventional power plants are being shut sometimes too quickly. Do you see that this trend is moving and it should be shifted, or still you believe that markets will do the right thing?
So as you mentioned, in the Nordic, we have been progressing quite a lot in deploying renewable energy, which is viable renewable energy like wind. At the same time, we also have a lot of other technologies that's actually more controllable, like hydropower with dams. So it's the technology mix that makes it stable. And this is also what we are known from the interconnected electricity market in the Nordic that could actually help each other. But we do see that in the future, most of the new deployment will be viable renewable energy, like wind and also solar. So we have a challenge there. At the same time, we have been phasing out controllable fossil technologies while decarbonizing the energy sector. So there is a problem there. We have to adapt the energy markets to account for that. The energy market is doing it quite well, actually, by balancing so far. At the same time, we also see a need to more sector coupling in order to have flexibility from different sources of technologies. We see that the electricity market by itself, if it should be more and more based on viable renewable energy, also need the controllable technologies from other kind of energy demand. And there, especially district heating, which you have an effective or smart sector coupling to that. We have a lot of flexibility in that. We have a lot of flexibility in the hydropower in some of the northern countries. By combining these in a smart way, we see a more resilient system. But it requires a lot of cooperation, and this is what our vision is to have a more integrated. Actually, our vision is to have the world's most integrated and sustainable region in the Nordics. And the energy cooperation is a very virtual part of this that really have to be enforced. So we see something, but it still needs some things to have to go on. The system was constructed 100 years ago based on the old technologies. So we have to look forward to keep on adapting it to have a more agile system that actually can adjust to viable generation, but then also have flexible demand, flexible system, and flexible generation. So we need flexibility in all three parts of the system.
Okay. So yeah, our time has ended. I have to end on a positive note, hopefully. Last question, and if you could each shortly reply. Is energy crisis over? And if not, are you optimistic about it?
Unfortunately, I don't think the energy crisis is over, but I do see optimistically because we have learned something. We have learned a lesson in the last 2 years, and with this experience, also as you show in your introductory remarks, we have been much better prepared now for the years to come. So I'm very optimistic.
Thank you. Colonel?
I wouldn't say that this crisis is over. If this crisis will be over, probably we will be facing another crisis. If not the war in Ukraine, we would be probably today be discussing environmental protection and net zero goals. Unfortunately, today we discuss energy security. And this is again the continuous competition. If competition will end up in one area, probably competition will start in another area. We call it dynamic environment, and this dynamism might come from different players in the geopolitics. Thank you.
It's always unfortunate that a war situation always accelerates innovation, and this is why I'm hopeful. Also from a political viewpoint, you may have heard that Germany has now a political crisis because the 60 billion that they were planning to invest in the Green Deal cannot be spent for that because it was leftovers of the epidemic, the corona. So they have to change some laws because the High Court said you cannot use that money for that purpose. So I think we have to think in Europe, as you said, more that we are really getting into a crisis and that we have to accelerate innovation. And the technologies are there, and it are the technologies where the US and Europe are leading, and we should use it. And even when it costs this a little bit more money, buying cheap is at the end not the right thing. You have to buy quality. And I think that's the message that we should follow.
Thank you. I second everything that was said already. And I agree that I think right now we have technologies that exist that can be helpful in mitigating the crisis we're still into. And I think one way to do it is with, proper investment and partnership between the public and the private sector. This is essential because the private sector has the knowledge and the expertise in those technologies, but they cannot finance it by themselves. And if we want to be able to move out of the crisis, if we want to be able to achieve our climate goals, it is essential that we have this. The second one, again, is global cooperation. I think regional cooperation is extremely important. I think it's great that we're seeing more and more of that, but international cooperation is great as well. I think I'm hopeful as well. I think we've seen a lot of very good development during the crisis. So the EU-US Task Force on Energy Security, for example, I think was a great example. The LNG, the hydrogen, and just like sharing of knowledge, this is all great, but it really needs to continue, even in the faces of, new geopolitical tension. I'll mention quickly here just the fact that the Trade and Technology Council, which is the EU-US meeting on technologies, has been pushed again and again and again in the face of geopolitical tension between Israel and Palestine. And unfortunately, the world is never going to be fully at peace, and there's always going to be terrible things happening. And it does not mean we do not talk about it. We have to, but it cannot fully overshadow another crisis we're also going through, because we need to find solutions and we need to also be able to discuss it. So I'm hopeful, but I definitely call to action every policymakers and private sector as well to talk about those things, to be vocal about the need for new technology and to achieve it so we can enhance energy security, but also, achieve our climate goals.
Thank you. So we have arrived at the end of our panel. Thank you, audience, for your patience, and thank you to extremely well comments panelists. So let's give a round of applause to our panelists. And okay, thank you, Klaus.
dear guests, it's time for us to continue with the second session. Mainly, we will focus here on energy affordability and energy equity. Please welcome our esteemed chair of the session, Professor Andris Piebalgs, former European Commissioner for Energy. The floor is yours.
Yeah. Well, thank you. Welcome back. Now we will address perhaps the most central issue, because you could have fantastic ideas about security, you could have fantastic ideas about sustainability, but if you can't afford it, then it just stays dreams. So affordability definitely is the one that is considered as a break to the reforms, and at the same time it's crucial for supplying of services. If we see affordability, how it is perceived, I assume most of consumers, at least in the countries that we here represent, would assume that changes in affordability does not decrease the living standard. And there have been definitely substantial impact. The costs for this from the households has increased roughly for 1/3 in last years for energy services. So there is a concern of the people for any increase of affordability. And for businesses, it is a permanent struggle. Are the businesses able to be surviving with the higher prices? They always would like to have lower prices for energy, but there definitely is a breaking point. And that, I think, is another issue that very much are related to affordability. So how to deal with the issues? From one side, at least the experiences mostly are focusing on the well-functioning energy markets. They have delivered well. They are delivering now, overcoming the crisis. But the difficulty from energy markets are that they are difficulty being understood by governments and also the consumers. That is a perception issue, that there are suspicions that, well, are they fair? Are not somebody getting some additional profits out of the market design? So market is quite crucial issue. But there is another part, and I think that is sometimes neglected, is customer service. How to serve the customers, how to get the customers adopt the best strategies to get the energy services they need and to tailor-make them. So I believe we will try during this session address like 3 issues. What does it mean, affordability? Because whatever I said, it's only my opinion. Then energy markets and consumers. So we will try to merge all 3 together. I have excellent speakers, and I will start joining from Brussels with Mrs. Katerina Sikau-Magny. She is Director of Green Transition and Energy System Integration in the European Commission DG Energy. She joined the European Commission in 1997. She has broad experience in consumer and just transition policies. And before joining the Commission, she worked also in private sector, so she understands the challenges private sector has, and also has seen some other parts of the world where security of supply is slightly different. She worked for UNDP in Haiti. So, Director, the floor is yours.
Many thanks, Andris, for this very warm welcome. And I really do regret that I could not be with you in Riga today. Unfortunately, I got a flu that, kept me in bed during the weekend, but here I am today in providing you some views from Brussels on a very important topic indeed. So let me start by looking a little bit into the past. So how did we get to where we are, and why are we discussing the issues that we are discussing? So what we have seen, obviously, is that in the past years, the significant challenges have affected our economy, but also our energy system. First, the COVID pandemic, and then the economic recovery that followed. Then, of course, as the most important and unfortunate element was Russia's unprovoked attack on Ukraine almost 2 years ago. And then, of course, the fact that Russia used energy as a weapon, not only against Ukraine, but also against European Union. These elements all triggered price spikes and volatility, energy insecurity across the whole world, with significant impacts on EU's energy system. What we must say is that the energy market, electricity market design has served us well. We did not see any disruption, even if, for instance, half of French nuclear reactors were out of service, even if the Nordic and the Iberian hydropower was down because of drought. So electricity continued to be provided to all Europe where it was needed most. But of course, as Andris, as you rightly pointed out, we also saw many shortcomings of our market and in the current framework. The most important element was that the high prices led to excessive electricity bills that many households could not afford, and also made our companies lose competitiveness, and some of them even losing their business. So what we learned was that we did not have in our market design sufficient long-term price signals, be it for households or be it for companies, and therefore they were exposed to significant risks. The crisis also underlined that we were still far too dependent on imported fossil fuels, in particular that those coming from Russia. So we needed to really step up our investments in renewables, in domestic nuclear and in domestic sources in general. So what did the Commission do to address the situation? So first of all, we came up with the so-called Repower EU proposal to make sure that we can phase out all Russian fossil fuel imports by 2027. And we have done very well on that. We also made several proposals to address the high and volatile energy prices and to mitigate the effects on industry and households. These were mainly used the extraordinary possibility provided by the EU Treaty on emergency legislative initiatives. The EU heads of state and government then asked the Commission to work rapidly on structural reform of the electricity market design with the dual objective of securing European energy sovereignty and achieving climate neutrality. This proposal was made less than a year ago, and it focused on 4 main areas. So first, making the energy bills of European consumers more independent from the short-term market price of electricity. This is made through 2 different elements. One is power purchase agreements, whereby companies in particular would sign a fixed price contract, long-term contract with producers of electricity, so as to make sure that they have their needs filled with certainty, be it on the volumes and be it on the price. We also then would require member states to use two-sided contract for difference for any renewable or nuclear that requires support from the public sector. And this would then create stability on the price and certainty on the price as well, whilst ensuring investments. So this is the second side or the double side of the PPAs and contract for difference. They give certainty also for investors, so as to make sure that we phase out Russian gas, Russian energy as rapidly as possible through more renewables, and where member states so want, through more nuclear as well. The proposal also makes sure that consumers are better protected through the possibility of having fixed price contracts, through protecting vulnerable consumers from disconnection and making sure that there is always a last resort available on the market. We also want consumers to be more empowered so that they can share energy, and they can also take advantage of being able to offer flexibility to the market. So all those who have PVs on the roof or who can use who can benefit from electric vehicles or heat pumps should also then benefit from the dynamic prices and be able to provide flexibility to the market when needed. And then the fourth element in the package is about making sure that there is no market manipulation. I want to be clear here that we did not detect any market manipulation during the crisis, but nevertheless, we wanted to strengthen the provisions we have under the so-called REMIT regulation, whereby ACER would have investigative powers to look into cases where more than 2 member states are concerned. So all these objectives ensure to strengthen, on the one hand, the investment signals, maintain investor confidence over the long run, and make sure that we have the most incentivizing framework in place. But at the same time, it is very important to keep the price formation mechanism and the integrated EU market. We, as I mentioned at the beginning, it was thanks to the price formation mechanism and the market that is well integrated that we did not see any disruption in the market during the peak of the crisis. So in last winter, 2022-23, we also saw important efforts made by citizens and businesses in providing flexibility to the market through demand reduction. That was extremely important in the height of the crisis, although I do acknowledge that sometimes this was involuntary demand reduction that can be also called demand destruction, which is not something we call for. Then what was also very positive in the height of the crisis was the cooperation and coordination between all national authorities, transmission system operators, and stakeholders, so as to be sure that the market really works. What I can say about the current winter, that has already started in the northern parts of Europe with already quite cold and snow, we are much better prepared than we were in the crisis winter. We have our nuclear fleet much already in most EU countries available, and the one that affects the Baltics is of course the Olkiluoto nuclear power plant in Finland, which is now working more or less every day, which provides capacity and baseload to the market. Hydro reservoirs also are quite full. Was a wet year in the Nordics, for instance, which will help on energy security. And then also the renewables have been implemented. We have more than 70 gigawatts renewable resources in compared to 2022 now in place. And of course, last point is that the gas storages, including in Inčukans, are well filled and well prepared for the winter. So we are in a quite good situation to face this winter, but of course we have to be careful and ready for any unexpected. So what will come next then? So I would say that the worst of the crisis is behind us, but we have to be ready and we have to be prepared. We need to continue ensuring affordable, reliable and accessible energy for households, protect our vulnerable consumers, and make sure that our industry not only remains but becomes even more competitive than today. So here, close attention needs to be put on energy prices. In the recent State of the Energy Union report, there were a couple of focus areas in this direction. So first, we must make sure that we implement the legal and policy framework that we do have now in place under the Green Deal and the Fit for 55 package. And here I'm referring to the Renewables Directive, Energy Efficiency Directive, the gas package that was adopted last week, and also the clean energy package and the complement of the market design that hopefully will be adopted this week, if not before Christmas in any event. Here, to provide affordable energy prices and to ensure strong consumer protection and empowerment, the implementation of these pieces of legislation that I mentioned is extremely important. The consumers, be it household or be it businesses, really must take the leadership in driving the decarbonization and providing flexibility where this is possible. Here, member states should ensure deployment of smart meters in all households to get this started. And then the last point here is we need to rapidly strengthen and expand our energy grids, electricity grids in particular. This both on the transmission level, where the Trans-European Network Policy is a key, and where a lot of investments have taken place in the Baltics also to make sure that we are ready for the full synchronization by early 2025. But we also need to, at the same time, invest in distribution grids. Large part of our renewables will be connected at the local level, and the distribution grids really need to become not only the distributor of electricity, but also the tool to ensure flexibility at the local level, be it through household flexibility or company flexibility. So digitalization and demand-side response will be essential elements for distributors to play in the market. So a lot of work ahead of us, but quite confident that this winter will be fine. And from that onwards, we will be only improving our market through more renewables, through more energy efficiency, through more independence, and for the Baltics in particular, this will be then through the final step on synchronization. Many thanks, and back to you, Andris.
Yeah, thank you, Katerina. I hope you have a time to pick up to answer one or two questions from the audience. Is there anybody that is eager to ask a question, because we got a lot of information? Everybody gets shy, so it means that you reached really the audience very well. I could ask the question about this grid action plan. So it was rather unorthodox. So there was something in there. Still, I think it was well-kept secret that you will come out. Why did you feel that you should come out with this grid action plan, and exactly now?
Thanks, very good question indeed, Andris. I think it's a result of the assessment that we have done, that we do on a constant basis on what happens in the market in general. And we've seen the grids already today pose a hurdle, a bottleneck for energy trade, so between member states, and the crisis taught us that electricity trade is a crucial element for secure supply. And we've also seen more constraints on the distribution grid. In some member states, one cannot anymore put solar PV on the roof because they would not get a connection to the grid. It is too congested. Similar for electric vehicles. So we already see today in some member states the constraints of lack of grid. So therefore, we felt that as a complement also to the wind action plan, it was necessary to remind us all that grids, without grids, more renewables would need to be curtailed, and that we have also seen in some member states. So that's why it was a good timing. Most of the measures, if not all, are measures that can be implemented today, do not require further legal proposals from our side. So really taking advantage of what we have, be it on permitting, be it on the existing financing tools, etc., etc. So now, whilst waiting for the remaining legal proposals to be adopted, let's then indeed implement grids as fast as we can.
Thank you, Katerina. So, and congratulations that while you got well through this market reform, or nearly there, and the market signals will be the ones that will be driving investments in the EU. Thank you very much. And now we can go to the next speaker. I think the angle we will get, it will be very new, for me at least, because we focus, as I mentioned, basically on two things. Market will deliver, and let's take about vulnerable consumers, and somehow miss the, well, normal consumer that basically will ask always a question. Energy transition, I'm not against it, but what are my benefits? Or there will be quite a lot, say, well, you will have a lot of lots, or you will lose a lot. So the keynotes that we will have here now is how to personalize the benefits from energy transition, case studies from Energy Community US, and the person is also very particular. I have I've never actually seen the personality with such a type of experience. This is Patricia Vincent Cologne. She's German CEO of P&M Resources. You would say, well, okay. No, but she has a long experience in running utilities and electric industry. This is very, very rare, such a experience is how you deal with this, because utilities is always seen something, well, not really worth mixing around. And that is fantastic experience. And by the way, she is also director of Cheniere Energy. It is a company that helped us a lot during the crisis. So that is, let's welcome Patricia. But you have the floor.
Thank you, Professor. That's a very nice way of him not telling you how old I am, that I have been in this business for 30 years. And Olga, thank you for this invitation for you and the member committee here in Riga and Latvia. Your city is beautiful. We have just started to get here and explore, but what a beautiful place you have here. And yes, I am on the board of Cheniere, and we were very happy to take every cargo we could and get it to Europe last year. So I want to talk a little about a couple case studies in America, and I just want to give you kind of a sense of where I'm located. I am in the desert Southwest in New Mexico. P&M Resources is a publicly traded company in the United States on the New York Stock Exchange. We have a vertically integrated utility, including generation in New Mexico, and where we're focused on the clean energy transition. New Mexico was one of the first states in the United States. As you know, national energy policy in the United States is not something that truly exists. But we were one of the first states to work with our governor and pass legislation for all of our generation to be carbon-free by 2045. At P&M, we are pretty competitive, so we said we would do it by 2040, so 5 years ahead of the state's goals. And then in Texas, we run a network utility in Texas. We do not have responsibility for the customers, just generation and transmission. And Texas is kind of on the opposite side of New Mexico when it comes to the energy transition. They will be hanging on to their fossil fuels for some time. The other reason I want to focus on New Mexico is we only have about 2 million people that live in New Mexico, so the equivalent of some of your smaller countries here, but we're very large. We're the 5th largest state by geography in the United States, so it obviously brings up challenges with electric vehicles and some other things given the distances that people drive. So I'd like to use some pictures and just tell a couple stories to talk about some of the communities we work with. This is some pictures from a low-income fair that we do. We do these year-round. This is our big one every year in Albuquerque. But unfortunately, when you think about affordability, 41% of the population in New Mexico lives below our federal poverty line. And so it is probably the 2nd poorest state in the U.S. So when you talk about energy transition and lack of carbon, understandably so, this is not many of the concerns of these folks. And up on the Navajo Nation, some of them still use coal to cook because they do not have electricity. So the first thing we need to do is make sure we support these people in their ability to get their basic resources. We have a foundation in New Mexico, and over about the last 10 years, the foundation has been around for about 40 years. But the foundation has given out about $35 million, and we've had employees volunteer about 35 million hours over that same 10 years. And our employees are very generous and they volunteer on their own time, but we also give them 8 hours a year that they can take paid time off to volunteer. And it's interesting, and I'm sure you've all seen the research, but it shows that customers think more favorably about their energy provider if they know someone that works there. So if you're out in the community and you're helping, people are going to just naturally, because they say, Mike works at P&M, Mike's a good guy, therefore the company has to be a good company. For 38 years, we've had something called the Good Neighbor Fund, and it's funded through our corporation, our shareholders give to it, and the community can give to it. And it gives out about $1 million a year to our low-income customers on top of the money they get from the federal government called LIHEAP. A lot of the speakers have mentioned COVID. COVID was tough for a lot of people. And while the United States probably had one of the more generous government subsidies to people that were unemployed during COVID, we gave out about $2 million for people's electric bills during COVID. And paid for their bills. We also, this summer, we had record heat in New Mexico, and we contributed, this is all our shareholders, about over $500,000 to help customers with their bills. And so that's nice, but the other thing we need to do is we work with these folks to help them get education and jobs, because there's 2 ways to make energy affordable, right? 1, you lower the bill. 2, you help people succeed economically. And we feel, as a utility, we have a special obligation. We're a monopoly to help those communities in which we all live and work. So we do that through our scholarship programs, through all of this. Our speaker was just talking about the grid plan. When we work on our grid modernization plan, we also looked at it through sort of an environmental justice and an equity lens. So the first benefits of grid modernization will go to those communities that are typically poor and typically have worse reliability, so that they can see the benefits of the energy transition. A lot of the folks are concentrated in poor neighborhoods that may be a little older, don't have the best reliability. So when you start with the benefits there, and the folks in the well-off neighborhoods have pretty good reliability, they'll figure out how to get a solar panel on. And we also target our community solar to those, because community solar is for people that can't put a solar panel on their house because they live in an apartment or they don't have a roof that can support a solar panel. And so they're not benefiting from the energy transition and those solar credits because of their income. So we've just started with our commission a series of community solar projects, first priority to the lower income people. So how does that help bring them along? Believe it or not, when we do rate reviews, as we call them, to get our rates up, the low-income folks are usually not in there protesting. We work with them, we work with their organizations, Coalitions for Clean and Affordable Energy, Prosperity Works, and because of the fact that we're working with the low-income customers, both in terms of helping them up their income and decrease the bills, they understand it's important to have a healthy utility see them through this energy transition, because the folks that are usually the most harmed from our fossil fuels are the low-income folks when you think about where all of our facilities are located. So the next group of people we work with a lot are indigenous people. And this is an interesting group for us. We have 19 pueblos. We have 3 Apache tribes and the Navajo Nation in New Mexico. And so they make up quite a bit of our population. We serve 9 of those for electricity, and we have business relationships with another 7. So we work with 70% of the indigenous tribes in New Mexico. The Navajo Nation is the largest indigenous nation in the United States by population and by land. They're in 4 states. 26% of our transmission lines go over tribal land. And so obviously we work with them on transmission right-of-way negotiations. They are very, very politically powerful in the United States, and I'm sure in some of your countries, your indigenous people are. They vote at a rate that should make non-Native Americans pale, because they are very active voters. So we have been working with them for more than 50 years. This is not something new. It didn't start before the energy transition. They are an important group to our community. And the same thing, we try to help them. On the Navajo Nation, for example, the unemployment rate is about 40%. And so we work with scholarships to give them jobs. We worked with Light Up Navajo. Someone was talking about how many people in this world do not have access to electricity. On the Navajo Nation, there are about 14,000 families that don't have access to electricity, and while that doesn't seem like a lot, for the United States, that is 75% of the people in the United States that do not have electricity live on the Navajo Nation. So we work with something called Light Up Navajo to connect them to the grid. And the one picture that I'm very proud of is that's one of my crews up there. And the people were so thrilled when they got electricity for the first time, they went out and bought them that refrigerator with their own money, because they were so moved by these people and their first access to electricity and then running water. So the question is, how do these folks help, and how do they help us with the energy transition? Well, because of the relationships we had with them, I talked about in New Mexico, we're going carbon-free by 2045. The Navajos actually supported that bill. And that legislation had 3 pieces in it. It was the carbon-free and renewables. It did something called securitization. So we owned a coal plant on the Navajo Nation that we're shutting down. We were able to lock it in with AAA bonds. Our shareholders gave up their return on it, but it saved everybody in the state of New Mexico $10 off of a bill credit through those low-interest loans. And it also allocated $40 million for job training and economic development in northern New Mexico, because again, we all focus on supporting people paying their bills. We really would also like to give them the means to pay their bills, and I think we forget about that a lot when we talk about affordability. And that picture down there is a solar farm on the Jicarilla Apache Nation. The other way to help some of these indigenous peoples is to give them ownership. The Jicarilla Apache owns most of that. We take all the offtake from it, but they are the major owners of that solar farm with us. And so when you think about helping them through the energy transition and benefiting them, giving people an ownership stake in the energy transition is very, very important. And it is amazing. There's another coal plant going to be shut down, but all of the nations are on board because they understand that they've got a lot of land and that they have ownership opportunities in this energy transition. We've all talked about the benefits of the energy transition for all, and I'm looking forward to our panel discussion to talk some more about some of the issues about where customers are with the energy transition, because I don't think customers are in the same place that our governments are. This is a very tangible way to make customers see what's in it for them in the energy transition. Not only is it the clean air and the lack of greenhouse gases, and again, if you're having a hard time paying for your food and medicine, greenhouse gases are not on your list of things to worry about. But this helps you see the benefits you can get, and if you live next to a coal plant and it shuts down, you see some of those benefits. So the energy transition is not easy. Quite frankly, most of us probably wouldn't want to be involved if it was easy, because I assume we all like challenges. But I really do believe that with things like this Energy Transition Act and things reaching out to our low-income consumers and help bringing them along an economy and showing them the benefits of the economy that are above and beyond climate change, clean air, they'll be able to come along with us. With that, thank you.
So, but please stay. Please, the questions. Yes, please.
Okay, I guess I can tell, like, oh, thank you. Does it work? Yeah.
So thank you.
Like from energy. Yeah, so like how I understand, you have a foundation what focuses on the minorities to help them with the ecological situation, yes?
Yes.
Why not to focus on majorities? Because we can we have a better income and we can save more money from that. And from this saved money, we can help already minorities. Won't it be more productive?
Well, ours is really what I'll say. It's the lower income people, it's the indigenous people, because they need more help. And if you look, the average income in New Mexico is not that high. Those folks need the extra help, and we can give it to them, right? And we try to help all consumers and all citizens by having clean, reliable, affordable power. And our rates in New Mexico are some of the lowest in the country. So that's sort of our base from them, and then we give the extra help to bring these people up so that they're not left behind, because we truly believe it is the right thing to do to work with that segment of the population, because we can't be all things to all people other than providing safe, reliable, affordable power.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And from me, the question, how far your shareholders are ready to go? Because there are costs. And you could easily say, well, it's social service. Somebody else should provide this for the people. We are doing business. How you balance this business and this human dimension?
Our shareholders are actually very good. They understand what we do, and every year we give more money to the charities because they understand. I think this relates up to the question that young gentleman had, was it's going towards people that also help our business. Because when we work with these folks, they can be very powerful if they are against you. For example, right, if the tribes are against you, our tribe supported our merger with Avangrid. Our tribe supported our rate case. So they support us in our business interests. So we can make that argument to them about the intersection between doing good and doing well for the shareholders.
Thank you. Pat, please join the panel. Now we will move to panel discussions. I will start with the first is Mr. Burkhard von Kenitz. He is Vice President and Chief Operating Officer Process from EO, and also Vice Chair Regional Initiatives for World Energy Council. And he started his career, I am old, I remember this still, Treuhandanstalt, privatization of East German gas utilities. Here also was some type of privatization, but please take a seat. Then we have two CEOs, Mr. Andrus Durejko, Chairman of the Management Board of Eesti Energia. Before, he was the Chairman of the Management Board of Ericsson Eesti, the provider of mobile communications solutions and equipment. Please take a seat. But he has a master's degree in electrical engineering, even working for telecoms. And Dr. Martin Čakste, Chairman of the Management Board and CEO of Latvian AS. He has long experience in management of private companies, and he's in his home soil, so he has PhD in economics from this university, which has hosted us. And Professor Frede Blabjerg, he is the chair of the Danish Council for Research and Innovation Policy. He's professor at Aalborg University in Applied Power Electronic Systems, so very, very important strategic area. And current research interests use of power electronics in wind turbines, PV systems, reliability, harmonics, and adjustable speed drives. So basically, he's like a link with the first panel we have, but it's always also affordability comes also with innovation. So there is clear links. And I would start with Burkhard, because we have a chat. What do you see as affordability? And by the way, Germans, I think, has the best understanding now of this triangle. So security, also sustainability and affordability. At least in debate level, Germany is definitely EU #1 on this. Please.
Thank you.
I think it's, yeah.
Is it? Yeah,
yes.
now. Thank you very much. Yes, we were not expecting as Germans to have a real understanding of the trilemma, and in the World Energy Council, when the Trilemma Index was published, we were just lean back, being in the top 10, and only cared for sustainability, environment. So in Germany, we are proud to invent the Energiewende, the saying, and we understood Energiewende, so energy transition, only as environment, climate. We thought prices and security of supply are not our topic, not our issue, something for the industry, and they will care for, and they have to. And maybe we also have some consumer protection when it comes to prices, but we care for the environment, and only, more or less only on this. The last elections, EU and also for the national government, were dominated by the question who is promising the highest ambition when it comes to climate protection. So moral aspects were dominating. And then came the first crisis. It was not the invasion of Ukraine, it was the recovery of COVID, where globally at the same time, simultaneously, the demand raised and the prices went up. And all of a sudden in Germany, the prices went up and the crying was hard, do something against this price crisis. Then came the security of supply crisis with the invasion of Ukraine, or in Ukraine. And we were really endangered with our security. It came to the result that our green minister for economy and climate raised the solution. In times of a crisis, security of supply is even more important than environment. He never would suggest that he would come with such a saying. So immediately, in a democracy at least, when we have a crisis, it is a hard fallback, and we realize that you need to balance all three. The result was that we need to lower the prices, that we need to find austerity measures, that we need to find price caps, that we need to save gas, and instead lignite raised to records. We nevertheless, when we tried as E.ON at that time to build an LNG terminal, the authorities denied and said, first, not good for the climate, LNG, pipeline gas is better. Second, not good for the price, affordability, only low prices. And LNG is more expensive than pipeline gas, and we have it abundant from Russia. The attempt to be more diverse and to have more sources and to care for in advance for sustainability, for security of supply was neglected. with the result that we have the highest prices, that we have cut in industry production, that the industry is in some cases not any more able to afford climate measures, that we need price reductions, which reduces innovation for climate. So we have a hard fallback, and this shows that the balance is crucial, not just focusing on one issue, and not so it is not a list of 3 topics, it is a triangle, it's a trilemma, and they are connected. This is the first thing, and when we are speaking about affordability, I think it is definitely customer protection, it is minority protection, vulnerable customer to care for. We as E.ON have 50 million customers and have a lot of experience in caring for this. But affordability is even more. Pat mentioned that also in US, some people have no access. And in many parts of Africa also, it is a question, affordability is more a question of equity, of access to energy. So it's more comprehensive. And the focus only on the price today for the household is really too short-minded and too little extended to the future. So what we need is industrial customer, they need to be competitive to pay for the decarbonization. And second, we also need to have like assurance. We need to care for security of supply. We need to care for future decarbonization, to be more flexible and to be more diverse in our sources. And this has a price tag. So short term, it is more expensive, but it pays off. And for me, it belongs also to affordability, to care for long-term orientation in this connected trilemma world.
Okay, if I may ask, it's a nasty question. Are there any good news from Germany? Because we are hearing so much bad news. Is there something you say, well, Andris, there is something positive? For me, for example, what was positive, I saw the intention to play with tax in this situation, affordability for energy companies, because that's illogical. You give space, yes, you get less income, but at the same time, you sort the issue, I think, with government-based instrument. But that was my positive, but perhaps you could say something that we have not discovered.
I think it's also a question of DNA. So for us, it's a motivation to be pessimistic, to have ambitions to change the things. I think first positive thing is legislation from EU. It was mentioned in the keynote. I think also the grid action plan, from my perspective, very positive. And I also think the prioritization that EU sets with crisis. So when we realize Corona and all the lockdowns and then austerity measures and afterwards the recovery, to come as a EU and to say, please invest into the future and not only short-term orientation. So we try to fund as EU to build for the future. I think this was really very positive. Second, then with Ukraine war, with Repower EU, to say we need to help the nations and to support their not being so dependent on one thing. And now things like market design, but especially grid action plan. I think there are very good aspects, and I think also energy should be more as a European and not so much as a national topic. So
thank you.
That's so much for the positive.
Fred, if I may move to you, because innovation usually drives a lot of good things. How about affordability? And what do you feel this affordability debate that is still, I think, at early stage in the EU? It comes, but it will be stronger. It will be stronger and more devastating because politically there are cycles, and today we are more focused on immigration, but this will come. And you will be at the center of debate as a, well, researcher, and they will ask the questions, why we are paying so much for transition?
Sure. I completely agree that affordability is a very, very important issue for everybody, because in the case that we cannot afford to pay our bills, heat, gas, or electricity, then immediately we have tension in the society. So we should all the time think about how we can make energy structure so it becomes affordable. And as said, one of the keys are to make, let's say, marketplaces where we do not have those bottlenecks like we saw last year, so it becomes less vulnerable. And in that context, I think what is important to look at, and it was also mentioned in the last discussion, is to get a marketplace where we are not only, let's say, have one energy carrier playing, for example, electricity, which is going to become extremely important in the future, because the way to do a carbon neutral society is really to electrify the society. But look at how we can interlink, let's say, gas, heat, cooling in a common marketplace, so we can, let's say, have the possibility to transform from one stage to another. Now I know many will say we have exergy as a point, but if we need to curtail, let's say, a lot of electricity because we do not have the load, then the people who should invest in electricity generation will not do that. So I think at the end, the market the market mechanism in Europe is the key to let's say, to protect, let's say, the consumers. And then I would say maybe one thing more, and that is we are now going to expand, let's say, generation systems in Denmark, in Europe. And I think it's very important that when we do those steps towards new generation capacities, that the people who consume the energy, they also have to some extent ownership to the capacity. Also, so it's not just, let's say, big companies who owns and earn a lot of money, but in the case that you have some ownership of what you can see in the neighborhood, then you have another interpretation about what's going on, and in that way you could accept that maybe you have to pay a little bit more for the energy you need to have.
If I may, to torture you on your household costs of energy, how did it change for overall Danish household now, this energy transition? How is it being perceived? Because at the end of the day, Denmark is definitely one of the front runners. And I have not heard too much debate in Denmark about it. So households are involved. Do they feel this transition? Are they paying more? Or the costs are somehow distributed differently? What is your perception on this?
Yeah, okay. In respect to, let's say, the households, there were for sure families who could not pay the bills last year. So if you have not heard, now you have heard it. And there was very bad histories in television and so on. But what we have seen happening, let's say, in the last year in terms of the customers, also the private households in Denmark, is that more and more has moved into what we can, yeah, and this can of course be pro and con, but have moved into more, let's say, flexible tariffs. As we have the system where we can operate with flexible tariffs. So in the case that you are saving energy, electricity, when the price is high, then you can see it immediately. And in the case when the electricity is maybe even negative, then you can also see it immediately on it. But on the other hand, of course, fixed price is also good for some, because then you know the expense, right? Yeah, so these are decisions needed to be taken by the individuals. But there has for sure been an extremely, let's say, attention to the option to look at this flexible energy prices.
Thank you. Martin, I will ask from different angle to you. You are CEO, and definitely Latvian Energo has very bright futures. Electrification is going, renewable energy investments will be made. So it's bright future. How much affordability plays a role in your strategies? I mean, customer affordability. So how do you balance this drive for new services, for investments and affordability from your consumers. Or you go to other markets, you just take Estonian market, or a joke, it's just provoking, yes, please.
Yeah, I think it's called Trilemma, so it's all these are connected, and affordability is going then to sustainability, because the business cannot be sustainable if people cannot afford it, or if business cannot afford it. And therefore, we are very much interested that electricity in the Baltic market becomes more competitive, especially with looking at European market as such. Of course, Nord Pool is showing us the problems what we have, the structural problems, and maybe some homeworks which we didn't do some 10, 20 years ago. And in energy sector, you cannot solve these issues right away in 1 year or 2 years. So the first thing what we do, all of our dividends, all of our profits goes to state budget actually, and all of that money is used to support those who are in need. But these are very short-term thinking, because as I said, the price in the Baltic states is higher due to some structural problems. We are importing about 45% of electricity today. And a big part of what we produce is fossil. So of course this is a CO2 priced, and it's becoming expensive. So we need to invest and to do it fast in the renewables, and that means that the states have to be brave, investing also into the grids, and to have a quite clear policy how we can make enough investments in the renewables so that the prices go down and the pressure on the affordability goes down. This is the only long-term solution what we can do.
If I may to turn to the aspect that today Director mentioned, these vulnerable customers. I never followed very closely this issue in Latvia. For me, I never heard a story about somebody being disconnected, somebody having not electricity for preparing food. So how, and I believe because Latvenergo does good job. So what part of this, I would say, strategy is also attached to vulnerable consumers? And do you expect something new coming from the European Commission that would help you to deal and to support vulnerable customers?
I think that we as a state do a lot to support the vulnerable customers. But in order to do it on the normal way, then actually Latvia has the biggest issue that we have a very low electricity consumption compared to all of our neighbors. We have twice lower electricity consumption than Estonia, and we have twice less people per kilometer of the wires. So we need to electrify. We need to bring more acceptable price electricity here in our market to boost the industry, and all that could help us to reduce also the cost of keeping this network. Because if you have this Riga, which is a big center, and you have to provide for all the rest regions to have this affordability of electricity everywhere, sometimes it's 10 kilometers to one village where only one person is living, so that costs. And we as a country, we need to electrify, we need to do a lot of steps to make the business grow and to increase this electricity consumption.
Yeah, thank you. Andrus, if I may come to you, International Energy Agency recently published a report on Estonia. It's 2023, I think they're more fresh. And what's the main conclusions? Because I did not go through all the study, I will do it. They came exactly in electricity side. They, well, decrease part of fossil fuels and build renewables. Is it that easy in keeping also affordability for main customers? And how much the reforms that are announced, more use of PPAs, two-side contracts for difference, will help really to address this affordability issues? Because I assume Eesti Energia is really need to respond to quite a lot of challenges, and at the same time to keep prices attractive to consumers. How you manage this?
Okay, it's better. Hello, everyone. Thank you for a question. And it was a very comprehensive question, I have to say. As I was thinking while you were talking here, I had the privilege to enjoy this 2022-2023 as not a part of energy sector. I joined the company 1st of April, and actually it gave a little different perspective. And of course, my question was, how come we ended up in a situation where energy sector in Europe ended? Because it means that, yes, we have shortages, we have supply issues, but still one sector shouldn't end up in this situation. But why I'm mentioning it now, being working 7 months, of course, I see the complexity, also ways how we steer it and the ways how issues are tackled. Of course, it sounds easy to shut down all fossil-based power stations, but even last year didn't bring this topic very urgently into Estonian people's mind. It was more, and this Baltic connector cut actually showed our vulnerability, and also Baltic region is like a small island. We are still synchronized by Russian grid. It means that we have a huge dependency here in our energy supply. But all in all, I think building renewables in such a pace and also accelerating removal of fossils paves threat. And this is really now very, very evident. How should we continue? It means that this transition will not happen overnight. We need to do it in balance. And also there are more challenges how to, for a Baltic region. Somehow we started a little late compared to renewable investments. Now we are facing higher higher financing costs, also supply issues. It means that it's not so easy to accelerate suddenly in the region. And it also means that our strategy to keep network secure has another angle. It needs to go hand in hand, and it's not over a sudden jump. When you mentioned with PPAs, it's quite interesting actually. I think Enefit or Eesti Energia as a company, we were really eager last year to jump into PPAs. Now I think we see drawbacks also. Where are also it's not only tool, but and also it's not homogeneous cross markets. For example, now in Lithuania we are getting drawbacks actually. There's no real legislation to protect not companies selling energy, also not to protect people buying energy and based on long-term contracts. And it means those price signals are really not good. We need to improve those before we can base future investments on those signals. And I'm glad that new market regulation is addressing this issue, because we really need to get trustworthy future price signals in order to get affordability into the play also. Otherwise it doesn't work and makes things even worse. And trying to remember what was more part of the question. But yes, that's our challenge, to balance the grid. Estonia as a country has a very ambitious goal by 2030 to have 100% renewable energy produced by consumption, not day by day, hour by hour, but really how to reach. It has a lot of challenges. I think we have some colleagues here from Estonia who can also open up how we're going to do it. But all in all, those market instruments actually made now by new market design, I'm happy that we didn't over-regulate, and it was very smart and keeping open market available. This will guarantee us in long run most affordable prices still, because there is no other mechanism. Because one example in Estonia, what was government was trying to regulate less protected people, but actually turned out our way around. And now finally we remove this because market force is actually offering much better prices for customers. It means that we need to keep things in a balance, like our triangle discussion. It means you cannot really stretch out one side, others will suffer also.
Thank you, Andres. Pat, and audience, I will ask you also to join and putting questions to panelists, but for Pat, I would like to ask this Inflation Reduction Act for vertically integrated company. How much does it help really to deal with affordability in this energy transition? Because we talk a lot about IRA, perhaps too much even, but what is your experience in this?
Well, the Inflation Reduction Act, when it was imagined, I think would have been more helpful than it is now. Two reasons for that, or actually three. One is the money really hasn't started coming. The Treasury Department is just writing the rules, and so there was this big hype about the Inflation Reduction Act. It was going to jumpstart renewables, everything was going to be cheaper, and they're still writing the rules. That's one issue. And the second issue, two issues, are two that you raised. One is, since then, interest rates have jumped, and supply chain is still bad, and costs are bad. So the Inflation Reduction Act may now take things down to where they were before, but really isn't going to have the intended impact on ultimate customer prices than we thought it was. And you're seeing some pushback even in the United States, where New York, who has some very aggressive carbon goals, wouldn't accept the bids from the offshore wind companies, because the offshore wind companies needed to raise their bids because of supply chain and interest prices, and New York said, we're just kidding about all this offshore wind. And so I think in the United States, people are taking a step back with certain technologies because they're still more expensive. The other thing the Inflation Reduction Act didn't do anything about, and the person from the Chamber of Commerce talked about, is getting things permitted in the United States, getting a transmission line done, getting a solar farm permitted. Doesn't sound like it's quite as bad as Europe, but we have a transmission line in New Mexico that's taken 17 years just to turn the first shovel of dirt. So you can't get these things done at scale if you don't have the whole of government working together. And in the United States, the government doesn't want to override states' abilities to say no to permits, so we don't have any federal backstopping on the electric side, on the gas side. So until that gets there, you can throw all the money in the world at our industry, and we're not going to be able to build things for you.
Thank you. There is a question, and please say to whom you address or to the whole panel.
Yes, Jeppe Danø from the Danish TSO Energinet, Gas and Electricity. Two reflections, I will try to phrase them as a question to the panel. First, regarding, I don't think that there are any contradiction between more renewables into the system and lower prices, because we have a market design with marginal price setting, and the marginal costs of the renewable energy productions are low. Hence, inevitably, more renewables into the systems will lead to lower prices on the day-ahead market. So I see no contradiction there. And secondly, the connection between intelligent consumption and affordability. In Denmark, we have seen several apps emerging during the energy crisis, where consumers can see that during the night, prices are low on electricity, and hence people are starting to, wash and dishwash, etc. during night, and actually follow the hourly prices on the electricity markets, and thereby both helping the system in terms of security of supply and affordability. So I think there are some options here with the more cyclic prices. Thank you.
Thank you. It's very good reflection, and leads to me to question that you each of you need to answer it in 1.5 minutes. Does more renewables bring lower prices for consumers? Burkhard.
First, yes, more renewables we need. So we decided to decarbonize. We need to go, well, definitely we need to go back and away from fossil. Therefore, we need desperately more renewables. And of course, more renewables also help the system and therefore the prices. On the other hand, we need also flexible systems. We also need molecules. Not only electrons can help us with, since we only have volatile renewables to stabilize the system over the year. And therefore, it is not the old narrative, the sun writes no bill and it only costs a cappuccino. Renewable is more or less for free. No, it has a price tag, and most likely if you only change a system by another one without any additional efficiency gains in difference to the previous industrial revolution, it is not a pure growth story, and it is not only for free. So it has a price tag, but it necessarily has to do so, and therefore we need desperately as much renewables as we can.
Good. Fred.
Yeah, I also agree that putting more capacity into the grid such will give less prices. On the other hand, we should also have in mind somebody has to invest in the renewables. So if there are no, let's say, money in investing, then we will not see the investment. Otherwise, the state has to come with it. So it will always be a balance, and we have seen that on the installation of offshore wind farms, that they seem to become now too expensive compared with that. So in my opinion, we have to look at it from both sides. And then I would also say that when we talk about renewable, especially renewable electricity generation, we also see a higher demand, also because we are electrifying the heat sector, we are electrifying the transport sector, so we are looking into at least a double of electricity consumption in years to come. So there will be a race between generation and consumption, and in that case, if we increase the capacity of generation, we do not necessarily see free of charge electricity in the near future.
Martin.
To my opinion, any kind of transition costs, and of course to go from fossil to green energy, that definitely costs something, and nobody should expect that it's for free. But on the other hand, there are a lot of innovations ahead which will help us in a long run to reduce these costs. But of course, this is the balance of renewables, storage solutions, transmission solutions, etc. But one important thing and aspect is again about security. And you cannot forget that Europe doesn't have any more petrol to except Norway, but it's not Europe. So actually we are solving a big issue 30 years and more ahead to get independent from the fossil fuels. And I think that this predictability for the business in future, I think maybe 5 years it will be very volatile times, but after that, when some solutions come, we will face, I think, a longer term of predictable electricity price, and that will help the Europe to compete on a global market. Thank you.
Thank you. Andrus.
Yeah, I also in the same tune that having more renewables will take prices down, of course. I think also people's experience based on Estonia, we see Finland, Estonia, I think thanks to grid capacity bottlenecks we see, but actually there are differences in the pricing between the countries. But clearly there is a correlation, people see it, also people believe it. But mainly question how to do it, and also we need to be really careful with the subsidies, things, what we do, because it can be also hurting in order to drive less market-driven ways forward. But there is no free energy, of course, but way how to generate, and also with transition brings to the market new market forces like storage. Of course, it's not nice to wash during a night, and rather you should invest in some technology which help you to balance those fluctuating prices. But it's also new market force, and this will lead us forward and also create better prices all in all, not extremely high prices, extremely low prices, and this is a way how we should continue.
Pat.
Yes, over time, I think the renewables will bring down prices, but the key is over time, right? And in the short run, I still need capacity, I still need inertia, I still need volt bar, and I always hate to scare those words when there's a power engineer sitting right up there. But I still need to run a system, and I can't run it today with just renewables. And I think the question is, how long is that? And we need to educate our customers about it, because I'm not so sure that they want to stick with us and they're on the same time frames.
Thank you. And to conclude, I would just would say, well, the panel definitely shares their wisdom on many issues, but the two main issues is, one, you need always to balance this triangle, and its affordability is definitely puts a limit, what you can afford and what you can't afford. Even the best planning, if you overshoot there, will make enormous back pain or whatever. You really will feel damaged in your next actions. So that is, I think, is one thing. Second, renewables, like Pat said, in longer terms, there is consensus will bring down the costs. That does not mean necessarily that it will be immediately coming down for consumers. So it's a good thing integrating renewables, but there is growing challenge how you integrate, and the costs could also increase for consumers, but in a short or medium term. Longer term, they are good news. And third, as I saw from no questions to director, that electricity market reform is well digested. So that means that there is this merit order has survived, and there are some options for dealing with volatility. And with this, the only things that I will ask the audience before going to the lunch, to thank the panels that has been excellent in performing today in front of you.
Thank you, panelists, for this insightful discussion. And just before the lunch, I have 3 announcements to say. Firstly, for the guests who are attending RTU's tour for the robot, it will start 1:20. Secondly, Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to proceed with the third segment of our conference. Hope you have recharged your internal batteries for the next session, where we will attack the third energy pillar, energy sustainability. I welcome to the stage the chair of this session, Professor of Riga University of Applied Sciences, also working as advisor on Arab and member of administrative board in Acer, Yuri Spiridonos. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We're starting slightly, not exactly in the time, which is not very typical for us being a part of a Nordic culture, but we'll be finishing on time, that's for sure. So not to waste any more time, we have 2 keynote speeches before, and then we have a panel discussion, which hopefully will be engaging, and we will be having as much fun as we already had before preparing the session. So we'll start with presentations, with 2 presentations, one by one, and probably I will start with Christian, with you. Christian Ruby, the General Director of Aero Electric, dear friend and colleague, and welcome to Latvia. Nice to see you here. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Yuri. So I can tell you that off the record, he told me your most important task now after lunch is to keep people awake. So I hope you stay with me for these few minutes. I was just curious to see who's actually in the room. Can I see a show of hands? How many Latvian people do we have here? Right. Wow. The vast majority. Great. Okay. How many Americans? 2.5. Right. Excellent. So, energy sustainability. The third pillar. I was supposed to speak here on affordability, but then my flight was late, so I apologize for this. So I'll talk a bit about energy sustainability. Is profitable sustainability possible? What are the technologies needed to achieve sustainability? How do we ensure public acceptance? And how do we distribute the benefits, make sure that people, local communities, perceive those benefits? The point of departure for this is behind me, the zero. We live in the age of energy sustainability. We live in the age of zero, net zero. The age of zero was already a challenging age before, and it's not become any easier in the last few years. It's a time of exponential developments. It's a time of disruption. And it's a time where innovative technologies are providing us with new challenges, new opportunities when it comes to interconnecting. It's a time where we need to think differently about people, about power, and about platforms. Now, energy sustainability and the question of whether it's going to be profitable, I would answer in this way: well, it has to be, because the future customers expect us to be sustainable. The new generation is called Generation Z, and those are the 18 to 24-year-olds. For me, that Z could stand for zero. It's a new generation of people that have different ways of communicating, that have very different expectations to their energy companies, that have a completely different approach to life than what we're used to and what we've seen in the past. We're a legacy industry. We're used to the people we serve, and our technologies are more than a century old. A lot of change is coming with this new generation. Now imagine a life of someone who's 18 years old, or 25 for that matter. Every single year of that life was a heat record. Every single year of that life was a story about terrifying new examples of collapsing ecosystems. Every year of that life is a story about failed political initiatives to address this, or at least a lot of negative feedback from press about how that's going. So no wonder that they care about their own footprint. No wonder that they're ready and actually expect and want to do more, want to be personally engaged. No wonder that they're ready to pay more for their energy. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is the new generation that's going to dominate the customer base of utilities. In the next 10 years, they're set to grow by 140%. And if we look towards 2040, they're going to be double the size in terms of numbers compared to the so-called boomers. And what, by the way, is a boomer? A boomer is just someone who happened to be born in the wake of the Second World War during the baby boom. It has a slightly negative set of connotations these days, but a boomer is a boomer. But they have different priorities. Let's be very clear about this. In order for utilities to succeed in this new world, where it's a hard ask, not only from policy, but also from the customers, to be sustainable, we need to change. We need to change the way we generate electricity. We need to change our value propositions. And we need to change the way we engage and communicate with customers. So we also need to change power. I love this picture. It's the moment when electricity finally reached a little Greek village in the 1960s. You can see how big a deal this was, like a revelation almost. Imagine living in that house in the background for 50 years. Every single night was very dark, maybe a bit of light from the petroleum lamp and a bit of smell. But getting electric light at that point in time was a very big deal. Even the priest was there. And over on the right side, that's the boomers, because this is the 1960s. It was very clear. And the conundrum for us these days when we talk about energy sustainability is that we're caught in between a new generation that wants a completely different value proposition, a completely new set of values and offerings from the utility, and people who are actually just fine with electricity being electricity and powering their homes. That's where we are today. We need to strike that balance, because whereas on the one side, people want new clean energy, they also are ready to pay more for that. We're also in the midst of a cost of living crisis, of a very, very different backdrop for the energy transition, which makes these things slightly more complex than we had anticipated a few years ago. This is part of the backdrop I'm talking about. And by the way, when we talk about what is energy sustainability and what is the value to the individual customer, well, there's a reason why next door, Mr. Putin is doing everything he can to destroy the infrastructure, electricity infrastructure of Ukraine, because he knows that this is potentially the way to basically break the morale of this country, because this is such an essential part of our daily lives. The good news for us in our sector is that tackling the new geopolitical challenges, ensuring European energy security, has a strong overlap with our priorities for climate action. In Eurelectric, we call the 2020s the electric decade, because of the massive changes that we're going to see in our sector. As I said in the beginning, the age of zero is truly an age of exponential developments. Have a look at those figures. 500,000 megawatts of renewables, and that's, by the way, conservative. 40,000 megawatts of home generation, 400 billion euros of grid investments, and that's just for the distribution grids. That's EU 27, ladies and gentlemen. That is the turbocharged evolution that we call the age of zero. The thing with math and big numbers is that you struggle actually to understand just how big they are, how impactful they are. What's the difference between a million and a billion and a trillion? On paper, it's not that much. In reality, it's very different. So how can we think of 40,000 megawatts of home generation. Well, think of it this way. Solar panels are going to be as normal for a Gen Z customer as the fridge was for a boomer. And that's a good thing, by the way, for sustainability, but also for energy security. 2 years ago, we had Max Timchenko, the CEO of DTEC, at our annual conference, and he said that the decentralization of the energy system was one of the most strategically important things for Ukraine. Why? Well, because it's much more difficult to destroy. And if you have a power cut from your centralized generation, well, it's going to have a lot of value for you to have a decentralized generation asset that you can power at home. The electric decade and energy sustainability is not only about electricity, but it is a lot about electricity. It's also about electricity becoming other things, becoming hydrogen, becoming derivatives of hydrogen. And here's a snapshot at what's going to happen to the maritime sector in Europe over the next decade. By 2030, there's a requirement to have mandatory shore power. And if we look towards mid-century, a 75% reduction in the GHG intensity. So a massive need to shift the fuels that today are making the ships move from A to B. But energy sustainability today and tomorrow is going to be about more than just carbon emissions. What we're seeing today is that more and more the discussion is going in the direction of being climate action, but also biodiversity and nature protection. And we're seeing that the efforts to fix the climate actually always or often run into the wall of existing environmental protection measures. So we need to unfold that, we need to unlock that, because if we don't save the climate, well, there's no big point in protecting the environment, because climate change is going to be the biggest driver of biodiversity loss by mid-century. Vice versa, if we save the climate and destroy the nature on the way, we're not anywhere better. So what we've tried to do in Your Electric is to say, how can we unite those two objectives? We did a project called Power Plant, which is about electricity generation on the one hand and the surrounding nature on the other, the power and the plants, to see how those could go together to make sure that we do something good for biodiversity while trying to make our energy more sustainable from a carbon emission point of view. What we're showing here is essentially how you could take an offshore wind park and make it a motor for positive biodiversity. What we're seeing here is how you can deploy stuff like artificial reefs, underwater farming, safe space for fish. Also, the way you deploy the turbines, where you put the nacelle, is going to be quite important for the migratory routes for birds. So there's a lot you can do, and we have an increasing amount of developers that actually subscribe to the principle of net positive for biodiversity, because they know this is the way to go. They know this is the way to save costs and reduce criticism and get things done faster. And by the way, this is also becoming part of Europe's strategy to safeguard a European wind energy industry. You may have heard about the Net Zero Industry Act, where non-price criteria is playing a role to ensure that there is still production of, for instance, wind turbines in Europe. Sustainability is about the planet, it's about people, and it's about profit. We talked about the planet now. Let's talk about the people, because getting these things done, it's crucial that people are actually on board. And the reason I included this slide is that, in a certain sense, you can compare some of the big energy infrastructure projects we need to do with a motorway. A motorway has a huge benefit for society, but the guy living next to it that has all the adverse impacts does not necessarily perceive that full value. So how do you deal with that there's local people that don't have that value? That needs to be integrated into the equation. We need to have a systemic thinking about how we localize benefits, how we individualize benefits of the energy transition. Only that way are we going to succeed. And here's an example. Same goes for grids. We heard, everybody knows about these never-ending stories about permitting for grids. Some of it comes from environmental protection. A lot of it comes from local opposition. What we did in Power Plan was to say, well, could we combine these three things? First of all, getting the infrastructure built in order to reduce carbon emissions. Secondly, do something good for the environment. And third, do something for the people who live around it. This is just an example, but they are out there in real life. What we're trying to show here is that you can have a traditional grid corridor where you combine things such as ecological corridors, native wildflowers, bird and habitat protection, targeted nesting, with the infrastructure corridor and some recreational areas for people to enjoy. So as I said, this is just an image created by an architect, but we have those examples all over Europe. In Finland, they plot cross-country routes for skiing under the infrastructure. In Germany, there's a big project to create 50,000 hectares of biodiversity under the medium voltage lines by E.ON. And you see the examples of bicycle roads and so on and so forth. So there are many ways of doing it. The key thing is to start thinking about it already when you build or plan for such a project. So individualize those benefits, make sure that people perceive them. In order to do this, in order to bring across our new value propositions to citizens, it's critical that we leverage the platforms that we have for that. And by platforms, I do not mean this type of platform. I mean platforms as in the context of the platform economy. Economic services, value creation facilitated by digital services, digital platforms. That's what I'm talking about with platforms. The thing with platforms these days, however, is that they're changing very fast, providing with us with a set of opportunities and challenges that we've never seen before. And it's up to us to seize the opportunities, deal with the challenges in a good way. Some of you may have seen this word, the singularity, before. It's been a long time since we talked about that. It's a guy called Ray Kurzweil who wrote a book. Ray Kurzweil is a tech guru, IT visionary, AI visionary, programmer, author. Wrote a book called The Singularity is Near, where he sets out a vision that eventually the virtual and the real world will become indistinguishable, and that the advent of superhuman intelligence will help human beings transcend their biological boundaries. That sounds a bit wacky. It's some 15 years old, but when you think of it, when you think of how much has changed and happened in the last years, and especially perhaps the last 2 years, I think we need to think more about this, and I know that a lot of the CEOs I deal with think the same. I think when Ray Kurzweil wrote that book, if he wrote that today, he would probably have chosen a different title. So what is it we're talking about? Well, you all know these stories about ChatGPT. I was just talking to a couple of friends here. We were saying that my new conversation partner is ChatGPT. Another colleague uses Bard. And more, we're just seeing the power of artificial intelligence find its way into pretty much any process we're dealing with, whether it's grid optimization, whether it's combustion in a power plant, or whether it's our everyday office business. Now, what's special about this is that from a corporate perspective, we're dealing with a new reality where we have machines that are way more powerful than anything we've dealt with before. And in a certain sense, we're dealing with a new concept which is a hybrid between capital and labor. We're automating stuff, we're surrendering decision power to machines in a way we've never done before, but we're still, as corporate entities, stuck with the liability and responsibility for whatever we do and what the computers do. So this is the time to make sure that we don't fall asleep at the wheel and make sure that we take charge of this and are conscious about what it needs to take to run a company in a new world of fascinating, hypercharged exponential technologies. And some people are saying that in future every company should have a chief ethical officer because there's so many new dilemmas coming at us, and we cannot expect the computers to have human values. And as utility companies, we would be very sorry to make the same mistakes that tech companies. So we need to make sure that we get this right from the beginning. And getting it right is basically to manage these challenges and at the same time making sure that we use those platforms, use the enormous potential of these platforms to reach out to the Gen Z, to those people that have completely different habits, completely different expectations when it comes to what they want from their utility. I heard yesterday that the definition of a Gen Z is someone who's 18 to 25 years old and never picks up his phone. He's on the phone all the time, but he doesn't pick it up because why would he? Anyway, so I'll finish up by saying that let's find out how we can leverage the power of these new technologies to engage with this new generation of customers. And I'm sure there's a whole bunch of literature out there about how to do that. I would just sum that up in one word, and that is fish, ladies and gentlemen. Fun, identity, simplicity, and help. If utility companies could succeed in providing that to our customers, in our interactions with new customers, the Gen Z, make it fun, appeal to their identity, to their sustainability requirements, make it simple, and make sure you offer consistent help, then I'm convinced that we will be in a better place than we are today. So, ladies and gentlemen, the age of zero is here. Energy sustainability is the new normal. We better get used to it. And we need to think differently about people, power, and platforms in order to do it. And with that, I would just say, fish.
Please don't go, because we finally have all our panel present. So I don't know, I'll bring you, this is your place, here.
Let me just get
so thank you very much, and I'll send this presentation to my students with the text, this is how you make a keynote presentation. But I guess you trying to guess that we will not be discussing some topics like, is it really profitable? Is it really necessary to do something sustainable? Because, these are wonderful discussions which happened like 20 years ago. If still someone is still on the same pace and wants to discuss it, we are available after the panel. But during the panel, we'll try to dive into depth of the topic. So I will just ask my panelists to join me here, and starting with Mr. Noel Wilhorst, who is here. Please come join us to the panel. So we'll collect everyone, and then we'll ask our second presenter to make a presentation. Just before actually inviting all the other people, I have to say that the lunch which you just had just happened because of him. So a round of applause for Nel and organization which provided the lunch to all of us. Mr. Yaroslav Vaya, representing Ernst & Young, would you mind joining us as well? Any of those. Now going to Olen and Mr. Ahmed Konrad Atvic. Nice to see you here in Riga, any place. And I am incredibly happy for many reasons, but one is very dear to my heart. So we have a lady in our panel. So this is not a male-dominated industry anymore, which used to be a male-dominated industry. This is not the case. We have a very strong leadership, diverse leadership, coming from different genders, different generations, like Christian just explained. And Mr. Heli Virken from Gazprom Finland. And the floor is yours to deliver a presentation. And I guess you will need this one to succeed.
Yes, good afternoon also on my behalf, and very happy to be here to spread the word about hydrogen and talk about the possibilities that hydrogen can bring and contribute to the sustainable energy and even make it in an affordable manner. So my name is Heli Virki. I come from Finland, from gas grid, and I also am here to present you the Hydrogen Valley project called Baltic Sea Hydrogen. So maybe some words first about, besides the project, so about my organization, for those of you who are not familiar. So Gas Grid Finland is a Finnish state-owned company, which is also the gas transmission system operator. The Finnish government has given Gas Grid a mandate or a task to promote the development of national hydrogen backbone infrastructure and do that in international collaboration and also to facilitate hydrogen market in Finland and do that in the close collaboration with the surrounding countries like the Baltic Sea countries. Here in the picture or in the map you can see three large infrastructure projects that Gas Grid is promoting as we speak in terms of the hydrogen backbone in pink. Those three infrastructure projects were actually just PCI listed, which you might have noticed a bit more than 1 week ago. We are very happy about that, so that gave us even more like a mandate or a go-ahead signal, also being eligible for applying for EU funding for all of those projects in parallel. The hydrogen backbone will be linked internationally to the surrounding countries, to Sweden and to the Baltics, and all the way to Central Europe via the Baltic countries. Here also, just to mention, I've been discussing quite a lot about the general gas infrastructure questions here already today. So the Finnish or the Gas Grid vision is to have two parallel gas infrastructure networks. So in blue you can see the methane network, which will remain as it is also in the future. So we think that there will be multiple gas infrastructures in the future present for several end-use purposes. Maybe to start with a definition when we're talking about a Hydrogen Valley project. So what constitutes a Hydrogen Valley? At the Baltic Sea Hydrogen Project, we think of a Hydrogen Valley as something which is located or which is situated between an individual demonstration project where, for example, a single end use of hydrogen is being piloted or demonstrated. So something in between that and then a full-scale new hydrogen economy. So in addition to the scale of being something more than a mere pilot or a demonstration, it should be also scalable and replicable to other regions. A hydrogen valley shall have a geographically defined scope. It can entail a certain local or regional area, or then, as in this case of Baltic Sea Hydrogen Project, so it can be also an internationally defined valley. A hydrogen valley should also demonstrate or showcase viability in more than one end use. So there should be more than one end-use sectors or applications involved, like mobility industry or energy sector. In order for the hydrogen valley to be, let's say, operable and affordable, so it should already in the beginning entail the whole value chain and all of the needed operators or stakeholders along the value chain. So speaking from renewable electricity production to hydrogen production to gas transmission, storage and offtake. Then certainly we are not targeting desktop studies, so all the projects or all the showcases in the projects should be at least on feasibility study level, so not let's say unrealistic or immature project developments. The Baltic Sea Hydrogen Project has 40 partners from 9 different countries. There are 2 coordinating organizations, a Open Innovation Cluster, Click Innovation from Finland, as well as Gas Grid Finland. From the 9 countries, Finland and Estonia are representing the so-called main valley. So the southern part of Finland, as well as Estonia, are acting as the first developing area or region for the showcases and the market structure development. And then as the developments have been reaching a certain maturity, they can be then transferred and replicated in the so-called 7 replication valleys in Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Latvia, Lithuania, Poland, and northern Germany. The project kicked off in the summer and will take 5 years. The total budget is a bit more than 30 million euros, of which EU funding is covering around 25 million euros. So what makes this project special? What makes it stand out from the other comparable Hydrogen Valley projects? First of all, so this is the first cross-border Hydrogen Valley project that is going on in, at least in Europe. So there are interconnected markets that we can utilize. There are existing electricity and gas connection between the countries, as we all know. And then if you look at the map, so looking at Finland and the renewable electricity, so there is a huge potential in the emission-free and renewable electricity, which are being depicted in the pink spots as onshore wind power production. In order for the hydrogen to become, let's say, available for end uses, so of course we need preferably biogenic CO2, and those point sources you can see as the black spots on the map, as well as when we're talking about electrolytic hydrogen, so fresh water is needed in large volumes, and that there is an abundance of that available also. As said earlier on, so we need really to cover the whole value chain in order to get all the stakeholders, all the parties operable and actively participating and creating the hydrogen economy. And that is really realizing in this project and in these geographical areas. We have those actors from renewable electricity production all the way to e-fuel producers. And of course, then also when building new fields or a new field of economy, so we are talking about a complex industrial system, complex system integration. So we need high level of expertise also in designing that kind of economy. The project has also significant targets for societal impacts. So when thinking about building a totally new hydrogen value chain or value chains, so we are really creating new business opportunities and jobs for this area. For the cities, we are talking about a vaster integrated system, including also heat, electricity, and transport sectors. And around the hydrogen valleys, there will be the possibility to create new industries and scale them up in significant industrial scales. There has been discussions about affordability when we talk about energy or sustainable energy. And in this project, so that theme is really addressed via the sector coupling. So we need to integrate also the other sectors which are close to the hydrogen economy. And I'm now talking about electricity, heat, and gas sector in order to reach optimum cost efficiency. There are two different models that will be created or developed. A systemic integration model of hydrogen technologies across different industries, which will then feed into a dynamic market model, which can then implement it digitally, first in the main valley and then in the replication areas. And having heard very distinguished speeches about energy security and safety in the morning, so also this project will be addressing those topics and will contribute improving those areas when creating a new integrated hydrogen economy. One of the large targets of this project is to be able to produce at least 5,000 tons of clean hydrogen per annum and showcase the transmission and utilization of that hydrogen in different offtake and utilization sectors like fuel cell demos and in industrial production. And the dynamic market model, which will then be utilized as the actual hydrogen market will be opened by the 2030. So that will really entail also other sectors than the actual hydrogen production. So there will be electricity market, heat market, hydrogen market obviously, but also the end use or end product markets and the transport sector. And this will be the complex entity that will be then entailed by this model of the whole value chain. The project is really, the core of the project lies in the use cases, so to say. There will be over 20 different showcases of the clean hydrogen within different industrial usage areas, from refining industry to petrochemicals to fertilizer manufacturing, energy sector, transport, chemical industry. Here you can see the structure of the project. So each of these areas will be tackled in their own respective work packages, from production to consumption, sector integration, feeding into the marketplace creation, and not to forget the societal and the social acceptance related topics, as well as the impact creation and replication. It seems that I have exceeded my time. I hope you will be following us at X and LinkedIn, as well as you can get more information from our website, and also me and my colleague Elina Mäki will be happy to answer your questions anytime, also later in time. Thank you.
Thank you. Kelly, thank you very much, and please join us. And and you have not exceeded anything. You did great. We'll start a short discussion. So my reputation in this country is disruptive. So I am spoiling all the events and kind of creating chaos everywhere I go. So I will do the same here. Neil, you particularly asked me not to ask you anything about what happened in the COP in Dubai you attended. So as you may imagine, this will be the first question to you. But the other thing, which I guess more interesting and important for all of us, we touched on general approach and general kind of a paradigm shifting and a generation shifting and attitude shifting. We touched upon one particular project, one particular technology. We have not talked about another technology which is very popular nowadays in different conversation. And I know that your institute did a research and paper on that topic. So nuclear. Maybe starting with you, we could somehow react on what, Neil, is your perspective of what you have heard before. Maybe adding a bit of nuclear and a bit of Dubai COP into your speech. Okay. No, it doesn't, but keep on trying. Yeah.
Okay, that's working. So, yeah, COP to begin with. Yeah, COP was last week. Christian and I were there. Probably some other people in the room were there as well. And I think everyone's got their own perspectives on what happened. So I'll probably give you some observations about COP. I think part of it is to kind of relate it to this conversation. The discussion was really around we don't have a technology problem. We've actually got a deployment problem. And the time's come to do something and do it fast. And there was kind of a building frustration that people are sitting on their hands waiting for a better solution to come. That was the first kind of discussion. The other one was every conversation kind of went down the resource kind of rabbit hole around where do the minerals come from, things we've talked about today. But then they all, well, most of them ended up in one particular place, which is where do the people come from? If you think about everything Latvia's thinking about doing, Poland's going to do the same thing. Germany's going to do the same thing. France is going to do the same thing. The French came out and said they needed 100,000 new people just to address their nuclear program. So you think what that resource need looks like in every country for everything they're going to do. And you can either turn it into a problem or an opportunity. And I'll tell you, I think what's coming out of COP is there's lots of commitments made by governments, but there were a growing number of commitments made by industries as well. And my takeaway was that it's almost that the industries are pushing harder than the governments are. And the industries are making commitments, and a lot of the commitments have accountability built in. So I'm seeing people really committing to do something. And you've got renewables, commitments to triple renewables. You've got commitments to triple nuclear. And I wouldn't get fixated on the number. Is it triple? Is it quadruple? Is it double? Whatever it is, it's a commitment to do something to build more, is what's coming out of COP. So you can choose to be worried, you can choose to be depressed, or you can choose to be excited. I tell you, there's never been a more exciting time to be in this industry, but people have to get on board and start moving. And to go back to nuclear, many of you know nuclear is my first love. It's a wonderful technology, but it's complicated, and it's hard, and yes, it's expensive. It's got a role to play, but it can't do it all by itself. So I'm sure there's all kinds of things to pick about there, and I know we're kind of running short of time, so I'll stop now, let other people pick apart what I said.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Mr. Vaya, probably a lot of people coming in your areas, in your regions, to you for your professional advice how to actually do that. And typically, I assume when people go to Ernst & Young, they are not going there just for fun. They are kind of have in mind that it should be also profitable. So how do you respond to, and what is your advice you are giving in general terms to your clients, what to look at? Because at one point of a time, all the discussions were very focused on one technology. So go to this technology, this is the best technology, that's the most profitable technology. Nowadays, we've got variety of technologies, we've got variety of choices, so it's not anymore about technology. It's about internal process within the particular sector, enterprise. What is your professional opinion on that?
Actually, thank you. Actually, we discussed today about plenty of issues. But what is the result? That tomorrow will be totally different than the past. Yes, and we very often make one mistake, especially in economics, when we compare apple with oranges, because we compare some prices of electricity of the future to the prices of electricity yesterday, in the past. Yes? So tomorrow will be totally different than yesterday. Yesterday, fossil fuels were the main base for electricity system. Tomorrow we know that it will be renewables, some other low emission sources, holy grail hydrogen, or some other technologies. It will cost much more than it costed yesterday. So it is first mistake. The biggest challenge is that this is a lot of uncertainties regarding the future, so we don't know how it will look like. And very often we are not only in the triangle, but we are outside of the triangle we are discussed today. Yes, what I mean, a few years ago, our government decided to build pipeline from Norway through Denmark, Germany to Poland, and terminal, LNG terminal. From economic perspective, it was nonsense. Yes, but thinking about all of these three goals and aspirations, currently we know that we were totally independent during the energy crisis. So economic is not always delivering the best answer for such complicated issues. We discuss about technologies. I'm economist, so I'm not an engineer. But I understand that it is a bit different discussion here in Latvia than in Poland, where we need 170 terawatt hours every year. Yes, so it costs. We made some estimation only for Poland that it will cost over $300 billion by 2050, and we are not sure if we will have such a days like today. Sometimes we have 10, 12, 15 days where sun is not shining, not producing electricity, wind is not very effective as well. So we need to keep the energy, store this somewhere. It is not economic from economical perspective, yes? Thinking about the yesterday prices. So currently I see that different governments make different trade-offs between geopolitical aspiration, some economical priorities, and environmental goals, based on, of course, available resources and some kind of legacy. Yes, this drives some regulatory policy and sends signals to markets, investors, people, and of course, ultimately, it determines some kind of progress, and progress is not linear. We think that we are driving quite fast, or maybe too fast. I heard a lot of words that this energy transition is very, very fast. In reality, in 2022, globally, we spent the first time we spent over $1 trillion for energy transition technologies. Plenty of institutions, including EY, calculated that we need to spend 4 times more just to keep Paris agreements, 4 times more annually. So we should accelerate the transition. In other case, we will not achieve our goals. Yes, so because progress is very often or always S-shaped, not linear. Yes.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you very much. And I guess that's, I am also an economist. Sometimes I find it very difficult when people are discussing just the technology without talking about the money, because at the end we care about the money, don't we? So it's
but you know, 2 years ago, 1.5 years ago, or 2 years ago, we had gas for $20 per megawatt hours. Half year later, we had 350, 15 times more. Yes. So what kind of economy we should take into account? So this is quite difficult. Yeah? And you know, we had on the previous panel, we discussed that renewables is cheaper, which is totally not true. A lot of people agreed, but if we calculate total cost of renewables, of photovoltaic, which is producing in our part of the world 1,000 hours, yes, and we need to put the cost of the grid and other costs, which means that still renewables it's much more expensive than fossil fuels, even in the regulatory schemes. Yes. If you calculate only LCOE of one technology, yes, you are right. In sometimes it is much below the fossil fuels. Yeah? But economic is not very easy. It is quite comprehensive.
Absolutely. And I guess in Christian's presentation there was a very good picture of a fridge. So yes, we're kind of comfortable with using fridge and not storing our products outside, because in winter time in Latvia it's still possible. Yeah, you can easily do it just next to your window. But I mean, like, we are not doing that anymore somehow, and washing your clothes in the river with stone is also probably cheaper than putting that into washing machine. But if you calculate also the kind of intellectual capital which would be used, for example, by you, people here in the room, washing your clothes in the river, you understand that it's not cheaper, because at the end, time saving, which a washing machine provides, gives you the kind of ability to do more important things. But Mr. Artwich, you are in the center of the storm, so your company is just kind of in the center of something which is very transformative for your company. How do you cope with that? How do you survive, and what do you do?
Thank you. That's right. Orlen is changing constantly. It's not only because of the green transformation, but we've also decided to merge with two other major energy companies in Poland, Lotos S.A., who operated the Gdańsk refinery, the second refinery in Poland, and also PGNiG, which was the natural gas company. So we've completed that successfully. At present, we are in the post-merger integration process, but obviously there were deeper goals in this mergers than just simple cutting of costs, one may say, and that was to prepare for the challenges the energy transformation bring to us. And it is not only about Poland. Orlen is a global company, largest company in Central Eastern Europe. We operate refineries not only in Poland, but also in the Czech Republic, two of them, and here in the Baltic region, the Mažeikiai refinery in northern Lithuania. I'm not sure if everybody in this room knows that Orlen is also the largest taxpayer in Latvia, which comes of the fact that 70% of wholesale fuels are provided by Orlen, mainly from the Mažeikiai refinery. But as the title of the panel is the ESG, or sustainability versus profitability, I would like to share with you some of my thoughts. First of all, I would say that we should define what is sustainability. What is it all about for companies? Because for me, sustainability is not about saving the natural environment only. It is not about, I would say, taking into account the social needs and so on. Obviously, economically, our sustainable company does pay attention to environment, it does pay attention to social needs, it does pay attention to all the sensitive issues we are discussing nowadays. But sustainability for me is endurance and profitable company in long-term perspective. And all the rest is the outcome of this simple fact that the company is profitable from the long-term perspective. So if you look into the investments in green technology, especially in energy production, that is 100% true. What my predecessor has said, that as a wind-generated power or green power is much more expensive at present than those based on fossil fuel. But the key word here is at present. If you look in the long-term perspective, it is cheaper because it guarantees larger profit from the long-term perspective and also endurance. But on the other hand, focusing on green energy only does not guarantee endurance and profitability in long term either. Because I might ask a question: if my company could profit 1 billion euros, let's say, from green power production, but at the same time, to be able to sell that power, the grid would need investment, probably public investments of 2 billion euros. So, in general, is it a profitable business or not? From my narrow perspective, probably yes, but this is a phenomenon called the privatization of profit and making the cost public. And I think that this is not the right way of thinking about being sustainable as a whole, as a society, as a state, and as humanity in general. Last sentence is that thinking about sustainability, we should also think about the diversification of energy production. It is not only green investment, but from the point of view of sustainability, which means also the safety of the grid and the whole energy mix, we should also take into account in nuclear power plants, which are at present, if you look at the total cost, this is the cheapest energy available, even cheaper than green energy outside of the grid, right? But also the energy transformation, in order to be able to happen, it has to be just. So for the time being, we also need to think about investments in lower emission sources like natural gas, but at the same time we must not and we should not repeat mistakes made by several European countries in the past years, which took the natural gas into account, but they forgot to diversify the sources of that natural gas. Thank you.
Yes, a small mistake, isn't it? But I mean, the discussion, as you may say, we can go in different angles, and it can really broad. What I guess is important to recall, and what is important to remember, that there is no one, and you mentioned that very right, there is no one responsible party for delivering transformation of economy or transformation of energy sector. There are many parties which should be absolutely active and in the same way or in certain sequence to make it work. So like in 2017, Cambridge Institute for Sustainability Leadership published a very famous report among the colleagues probably in the room, which is called Rewiring the Economy, 10 tasks for 10 years. So it's almost the deadline, but still, out of these 10 tasks, 3 were for the governments, 3 were for the financial sector, and 4 were for the business. So it's definitely not that the government will come or finance everything and then give the profit to those who participated because the government forced them to do that. So it's a business process. It's a process where the businesses play a crucial role, which and that makes it profitable. Because otherwise, if we are just relying on that only on public competence, where to put money and how to extract the profits, it never works. So you have to let the private sector actually act in this area. I would ask anyone of the audience if you want to ask the questions, given the fact that we regrettably will be losing one panelist before the end of the panel. Maybe there are some questions which are emerging in the audience right now. However, we understand it's after the lunch and I've got a lot of questions myself, so feel free not to ask anything. But just in case you want to ask something, this is one of the first opportunities to actually do that. Yes, I see someone.
Mr. Ruby, Martin Bondars from Economist Association. I have a question to you. First of all, thank you for sharing this Mamma Mia picture from Greece. It was great. But it's very interesting that boomers, whom you are calling, didn't recognize 10 years ago that deliveries of oil, gas, coal from non-democratic states is not sustainable. So today we are in a situation where we are thinking what is new sustainable. What mistakes we shouldn't be making in the future for new sustainable, like boomers made?
Did I understand the question correctly? What mistakes should we be avoiding in the future?
What mistakes for new sustainable?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's a very good question, and it's one that's really rising to the top of the agenda now, because one of the challenges of the energy transition right now is that we're running a little bit out of options. There's not a lot of feel-good options for energy generation left. Wind, well, we have so much wind that it's meeting a lot of public opposition, including my own country, Denmark. That was a key in inventing the wind turbine. People accept solar parks somewhere, but at some point when we come closer to plastering big parts of our territory with them, we will also see sustainability, or rather public acceptance issues arising around that. Coming to the question of what should we be avoiding, I would say one key thing that is very much on top of the mind of decision makers these days is to find ways with which we can ensure that we continue to have industrial production in Europe. We lost the solar value chain a few years ago, or a decade ago, and today some 90% of everything that we have in terms of solar panels are coming from one destination only, which inevitably, given the increased rise in ideological rivalry, geopolitical tensions, raises the question, is this sustainable from a security angle? Now we're coming into a situation where similar questions are emerging around the wind energy supply chain. There are very competitive wind turbines provided by China, for instance. A European wind turbine typically comes with a 30% markup on the price. making it, let's say, quite attractive also from a cost perspective to opt for foreign produced. However, should we now land in the same situation that we have no production left in Europe, that's becoming an energy security liability. So somehow combining and balancing out the two objectives of ensuring a economically manageable and affordable transition, while at the same time ensuring a strong industrial base in Europe going forward, that is a new key conundrum, I would say.
And I would just add, so since we touched upon Poland a bit, so there was a wonderful Polish writer, Joanna Chmielewska. She once told that, you have to learn on the other people's mistakes. And so the reason why you have to do that, it's not like very theoretical, it's very practical. Your life is too short to do all your mistakes yourself. So basically, what I guess one of the reasons you have to learn on the other mistakes is that because you just it's impossible to make all the mistakes yourself. So you have to be open-minded, and you have to look around and see what people are doing and understand what's good, what's bad, and what works for you and what doesn't work for you. And I guess the other thing is dynamic. So it's very dynamic. So it will never be very conservative like it used to be. You build something and it stays for 100 years. No, it will not. There will be new technologies, there will be new approaches, there will be something new every time. And unfortunately, fixing on something and building around something fixed, all your system is very complicated. And so I don't think it works. And I guess that's somehow one of the possible answers from my side. But what, colleagues, do you think? Any of you who is willing to participate in this theoretical and philosophical part of the discussion? What mistakes can we make, and what mistakes you are seeing, we are trying to make, and maybe better to avoid right now? Yeah, Christian.
Maybe just to add one element and one mistake to avoid. I think over the last 10 years, we've seen in Europe that it was fairly easy for decision makers to come up with things they didn't want. Let's phase out this, let's phase out that. And at the end of the day, there's not much left that we can build. And I would say a big mistake now would be to be too zealous and fast in phasing out what we have in the electricity sector today, which works. We're providing secure power for 450 million people in Europe every day, and we need a solid base for the electricity system going forward if we're also electrifying transport, if we're electrifying heating and industry. So let's be careful not to double down on everything we want to phase out before we found out what we actually want to build.
Thank you very much. And Christian, I would like just to thank you very much for participation in the panel, since I know you'll have a flight coming from him very soon. So thank you very much for being here with us in Riga, and and thanks to World Energy Council in Riga for inviting very good panelists, including Christian. Thank you very much for your participation. But we are not leaving, so we are just letting Christian go. But we are staying, and I saw you wanted to compliment the discussion.
In my opinion, the mistake we should avoid is having a closed mind and being blind on other options than the one we are convinced to. At this moment, I perceive it as the largest threat to sustainability, because one may be the great fan of zero-emission technologies, the other one the greatest fan of hydrogen and perceives hydrogen as the future answer to any problem. The others could argue about the synthetic fuels, let's say, the others about the biogas, biomethane, or natural gas with CCUS, and so on and so on. I would say that the mistakes several European countries has made in the past years, including non-diversification of natural gas sources, including neglecting investments in infrastructure, also sea infrastructure, but also the grid, we should learn from that mistakes and always remember that we live in times of technical uncertainty, and there is no one right answer we could deliver to the current challenges. Probably we will know better, we will know more in 5, 10, 15 years' time. But this, I mean, today is not the right time to prefer just one technology, one option, and neglect all the others. And I would specifically stress the nuclear technologies, which, as you probably know, is under discussion within EU with very powerful countries supporting this technology and others opposing it. But in this discussion, we should remember that nuclear energy is zero-emission energy. So if our goal is to avoid additional emission of greenhouse gases to the atmosphere, nuclear energy, being at the same time a stable source of energy, is the right solution. So we need the evidence-based discussions, and we need openness in these discussions. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks for that. I could actually build upon that. So I totally agree that there is no silver bullet to the energy system creation or the energy sustainability resolving that. I would still come back to the regional choices. So I think there are, as you saw, for example, in my presentation, so there are, I think certain regions are kind of, they are viable for certain technological solutions. And that's something that is kind of a good ground for bringing those certain technologies forward. But I think in the larger extent, for example, in the whole European extent, so we should go forward with different technological choices and developments. But I think the one important thing is that we should not stop, because we are not we cannot be 100% sure what is the winning technology. I think that is the thing that we should be avoiding. I think that would be a biggest mistake to do that because this, which also much relates to hydrogen economy, is that we are facing this chicken and egg, or that is kind of the threat that we are facing, a chicken and egg situation, that we have a new value chain to be built. We have a lot of stakeholders along the value chain, a lot of new operators. So everybody is a bit waiting for the other parties to open the game. And the threat is that the development will slow down and nobody's doing anything. So I think we need those first movers who will go forward and also kind of pave the way for the other actors and do some, let's say, de-risking for the other industrial operators' business cases. Another thing that was already referred to a bit earlier, I think, is this the future lack of people. I think that is something really to be taken seriously. In one of those large infrastructure project areas that Gasgrid is developing in Finland, actually in the northern part of Finland, which will extend or reach the extent of 1,000 kilometers of hydrogen pipeline. So there is an estimate made that until year 2040, so that region, when and if it will reach its full capacity in terms of renewable electricity and renewable hydrogen production, so those operations will require 40,000 people, new people who will operate all of those industrial premises. So I think this is something that we really need to kind of take up this message and take it to the education facilities and schools and universities and bring the the word forward, that we need people who can do this then also in the future.
And I figured out there's a switch on here. So drawing this back to the World Energy Council context and the humanizing energy thing, a mistake we could make would be falling into the trap of perfection is the enemy of good intentions. This transition is going to cost trillions and trillions and trillions of dollars. And we've got to be careful we don't build an expectation that every project's going to go well. There's going to be money wasted. We're going to do things that are wrong, but we need to do things. And we just need to accept and manage those expectations that everything's going to be perfect. Because we need to remember where the money comes from ultimately. It comes from the people who are paying their bills. And I'll give you an example, which is my kind of go-to story on the transition about how people can lose the plot, if you like. One of the benefits of my job is I get to travel the world, meet with all kinds of people. So I sat in the office of a CEO of an energy company in Japan who runs lots of fossil plants. So I said to him, so what are you going to do? He says, okay, we're going to convert our coal plants to burn ammonia. Okay, great. But if you know Japan, they can't really deploy renewables at bulk. So I said to him, where does the ammonia come from? We're going to buy it from Australia. The Australians are going to burn coal to make hydrogen, to convert into ammonia. They're going to put it in a ship, fueled by oil, take it to Tokyo, burn it in a power station to make electricity again. So I poked at the economics, and his answer was, it's okay, the government will pay. The government is the taxpayers, the customers' money. We've got to look at the whole picture about what we're doing. You know, he had this great intention of decarbonizing, but look what it was going to cost the people of Japan.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's what I'm saying. So you should let more of private companies to be active in the field with their voice and their understanding what's really is profitable. Because at the end, so when you respond probably to very real shareholders, it's a bit slightly different that you are responding to just the people who are, somewhere voting for the parliament. So basically, that's a bit different. When you have a very strong control from your shareholders and your profitability, you act in a more interesting and innovative way to solve the issue. And I guess what also was mentioned in some lines, profitability doesn't mean profitability for any cost. So there are ethical dilemmas we have to accept. So there are things happening in different parts of the world, forced labor, and etc. and etc. So we have to accept that when we are buying something, and just with a very good intention to have a solar power panel park or whatever, we have to know the sourcing. We have to know the origin of that, and we have to understand that sometimes clean money is not available for the technology we have selected because we have selected it from the wrong source. So in all this system, I fully agree that it's a complicated system. So it's not sustainability is not one point. You kind of push the button and that becomes sustainable. So it's a variety of different processes, and all the organization somehow reacts to all these processes together. So maybe there is anyone in the audience who would like to ask the very last question to this panel. Yes, please. Do we have a mic?
Thank you. The Donker Aachen University. One of the questions I kept asking myself over the years, and there are some people that are economists, did the unbundling not go too far? Because power plants are optimizing their own thing. The transmission system operators optimizing their stuff. And the distribution and the low voltage local operators are doing everything. But the whole system is not optimized. Actually, it's going totally wrong. Exactly. So maybe we have to say that was a mistake, or maybe it wasn't. So maybe you can give some answers to that.
Actually, I would add to this. Even some researchers who analyze the whole system make using some kind of old models. For example, in Poland, last year I watched some analysis regarding clean dark spread and clean spark spread. So the difference between electricity prices, CO2 allowances price, and the fuel price, yes, gas or coal. And this quite well-known agency forecasted that in 5 years, 2028, all forever will be negative, which means for Poland that 70% of power units will just bankrupt because it will be, nobody will overpay just to produce electricity, which means that the system or will not exist anymore, or we will have in 5 years some holy grail that will change the whole system in Poland and will produce 130, 150 terawatt hours per year, yes? So I think that this is, very often we are looking at this from the finance perspective. My friend who is supporting financial institutions are always saying that banks are very simple. Banks are just taking money and selling money and giving some percentage as a price for money. In energy, you need to think about plenty of technologies, we discussed about some of them, then, produce electricity, deliver this electricity, sell this electricity, and make profits on it. Yes, and we see that in many value chains, we have more and more companies which do not have profits. Like last year, all of the turbine wind producers, yes, incurred a lot of losses, thinking about offshore wind turbines, yes. Maybe because they were in Europe, maybe somebody's putting on the market, like, I remember still many conferences at the end of 2021, so everybody said, oh, it is perfect storm. Why the prices start rocketing in the last quarter, yes? 2 months later, we noticed that maybe it was not perfect storm, maybe it was the strategy of one country or one company. Currently, we could be in the same place that somebody is in placing and putting some kind of strategy, because yesterday we had some kind of location, and countries who benefits from oil, gas, coal, uranium, or other resources. But tomorrow we will need some critical minerals and some producers of these critical minerals who will benefit from the new energy system. Yes, and of course, if they have money, they have resources currently, and some kind of strategy, they could impact on it that nobody else will look for, I don't know, minerals or mining companies and so on, yes? So it is not very easy, and yeah, as you said, for example, in the European Union, we made unbundling, and this kind of decision, ETS, energy trading systems and so on, we don't have the same in the US or in Asia. Yes? So this is some kind of experiment. After 30 years, we are in a very, very similar point, and we're discussing the same questions as we discussed many years ago. Yes.
And I'd say, Mr. Outage, you wanted to compliment.
I 100% agree that we need to look and remember about the whole picture of the whole, think about the whole energy system. And I would say something maybe not very popular among power producers, but I believe that the investors, those who invest in power plants, new power plants, should also be responsible and bear responsibility for the grid. Because the energy transformation, especially in terms of electricity, would require enormous, unbelievable sums of money on grid investments. And we may not agree on the system that the ones who invest in power production would take their profit with them. And we as a society would pay the cost of investment into the grid. But this is the general picture, a general discussion. Two sentences about the regional context, because in the Baltic states, and especially in Latvia, you have a unique situation. Latvia is a country which has a bright future, I believe, in energy, green energy, with wonderful conditions for offshore wind investments. With 12 gigawatts of potential in the Latvian part of Baltic Sea, Latvia has a potential of becoming one of the largest electric energy exporters in Europe. But the only challenge which is connected to that potential is that, as we all know, the wind energy, also offshore wind energy, is unstable one. So thinking about investments in offshore wind energy in Latvia or in Baltic states in general, we also need to remember not only about the grid, but also the stability of the system, which includes not only, I would say, energy storage, but also looking or perceiving industry as some kind of energy storage either. And I see a role to play for Orlen, especially the Możejki refinery, which is the largest energy consumer in the Baltic states, in Lithuania for sure. And it also could help in stabilization of the energy system with that unstable character of offshore wind. Thank you.
Thank you. And we're going to the lady, and unfortunately, so you see, we're having fun here. So basically, we can roll on. Unfortunately, our panel is kind of about to end, but the final words from you.
Yes, thank you. Maybe a very short comment. I think your question was very in the center or in the core of this dilemma. Yeah, I think the sub-optimization of different energy sectors or different energy systems is unwanted. And as I was talking about the sector integration in terms of the hydrogen economy, I think this entails also the discussion between the electricity TSO and the gas TSO. We actually conducted a project in Finland between Fingrid, which is the national electricity TSO, and Gas Grid as the gas TSO to study different scenarios in the future. So we believe strongly that there will be a combination of electricity and gas markets and utilization fields in Europe in the future. And that study was very lucrative in showing those pain points, both in the electricity grid development and in the gas grid future hydrogen grid development. So I strongly recommend this kind of collaboration also in other areas, and at least in Finland we are going to continue with that, and I think that will take us to speak about energy systems, not electricity or gas systems separately.
And speaking on unbundling, I guess it's still possible to catch the former EU commissioner who was responsible for the energy package somewhere in the conference room, so and to talk about his reflection on how it worked at the end. But I must say thank you very much to all the panelists. Thank you very much for, at least for me, being very entertaining. So and that's, I guess, the most important task of all of us after having lunch. And thank you very much for the audience. You have not screamed, you have not called us stupid, so that's already an achievement. And thank you very much for World Energy Council, and specifically Olga, who is a super driving force of all the processes behind this organization in Latvia. Thank you very much.
Thank you, panelists, for this debate. I urge you all to continue the exchange in the 30-minute break. And during the break, we have a delightful surprise for you, a traditional Latvian honey cake that's celebrating 100 years of World Energy Council and World Energy Council Latvia.
Thank you.
I see that most of the guests have returned to the conference area, so I suggest to continue. We have covered all 3 pillars of energy trilemma. What is next? What is the way forward? In the final session of today, we will search for the best approach. With pleasure, I invite to the stage President of World Energy Council Latvia, Associated Professor Olga Bogdanova. Please.
Dear colleagues, dear friends, we had a very interesting deep dives in all the trilemma dimensions. I don't know what about you, but I've got a lot of notes in my notebook. I hope you did the same. And in this session, we will have a discussion about the next steps. What to do with all of that? What are our representatives of the policy makers plan to do with all of that? Challenges are tough, but the conference will be considered as succeeded if we formulate concrete takeaways. To start this session with some pfeffer, I will probably spoil some kind of intrigue. We will have a presentation, and I have a very big pleasure to invite for the report our good colleague, Mr. Michael Kozlovs, who is the member of the European Court of Auditors, and they implemented a very interesting study to find out how well we are doing with the aims, because everybody agreed that we are good in putting aims on a paper. But how good are the member states on meeting those aims? Let's listen to Mr. Kozlovs and we will find it out. Please.
Thank you, Olga. Thank you very much. First of all, I have to say that it's a great pleasure for me to come here because I have been a student at Riga Technical University and completed my bachelor degree here in 1997. Unfortunately, such premises were not yet available, but we did our best. So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Michael Kozlovs. I am a member of the European Court of Auditors in Luxembourg. What we do, our main task is basically to audit the implementation of the EU budget and the implementation of the EU policies. So let me start first by saying that it takes some courage to invite a representative of a supreme audit institution, in this case European Court of Auditors, to any conference, especially such conference like this. Therefore, I commend the organizers, Olga and World Energy Council, and tell them actually not to be afraid. Because I think any event would only gain from an independent, facts-based information, in addition to what the policymakers, the executives, the academia, and other stakeholders have to say. We've heard almost all of them today, so I am pleased to complete, actually. Before we get into the subject matter very briefly about the role of the European Court of Auditors, and then immediately we will start with the essence of our recent assessment. So it's not only one study, it's a series of studies, and I won't be able to present all of them, but some of them, main takeaways of the main studies, I think I will manage to do. So the role of the European Court of Auditors, well, what you see on the screen is a bit like a formal presentation. In simple terms, we all know that the EU budget allocates billions of euros to various projects. We've seen today some of your colleagues actually implement these projects. And the EU also induces a lot of action in various policy areas, therefore creating commitments, raising expectations and hopes. And also, we have to understand that every action has an opportunity cost. Therefore, political declarations and financial commitments should result in objectives being made. I think we all agree about this. And not just met, but in the most efficient and effective way. And this is what the citizens and taxpayers actually expect. So therefore, the European Court of Auditors is there exactly to check that. Now let me come a bit closer to the main messages of some of our performance audit. This particular, I don't need to explain why we decided to perform this audit. This is an existential issue because EU climate and energy policy actually guides structural transformation of our economies, supported by increasing budgets from the EU, national, and also private sources. And you know very well that the EU has set itself increasingly ambitious climate and energy targets to respond to climate change. These include targets for 2020 and 2030 regarding the greenhouse gas emissions, increasing the share of renewable energy, and promoting energy efficiency. And these three headline targets then are broken down into targets for each individual member state, and the aim is to ensure that the targets for the EU are achieved collectively as a whole. Now, the question that we asked was a valid one. Is the EU as a whole on track to reach its 2030 energy and climate targets? And I'm sure you know, or you have heard maybe, that the EU has achieved its 2020 targets mainly, but it is also clear that we were in a way lucky and unlucky in the same time, because to some extent we have achieved them not necessarily because our action, but because, first of all, there was a financial crisis 10 years ago that reduced substantially economic activity. More importantly, the COVID pandemic impacted negatively economic growth. So GDP basically did not grow as fast as normally it should have. Therefore, and this helped all of us to achieve 2020 targets. However, as to 2030, our main conclusion is that there is little indication that actions to reach the 2030 targets will be sufficient. And in the next slides, I will try to give you a bit more detail with some figures. So on greenhouse gas emissions, the EU compares very well internationally in terms of greenhouse gas emissions reduction, and it has managed to decouple emissions from the economic growth. However, with the current trend, the EU 2030 targets are unlikely to be achieved. Besides, we all know that not all emissions are accounted for. Well, that's not only in Europe, not only in Latvia, it's an international approach that we don't account for emissions from imported goods. We don't account for emissions now from the international aviation and maritime transport, but still. And then if you look at Fit for 55, basically achieving our new target of 55% greenhouse gas emissions by 2030 will require a lot of additional action across all sectors. And we have done some specific audit work in some of these sectors, and it helps to illustrate the problem, why are we maybe lagging somewhat behind. This is an example of intermodality. Basically, intermodality, moving freight from road to rail and inland waterways, is considered is one of the ways to decarbonize transport, because transport now accounts for almost a quarter of greenhouse gas emissions in Europe, and nearly 3/4 of this is due to road transport. So obviously the idea to move freight from road to rail and inland waterways is a very understandable and legitimate target. Well, what did we observe? Strictly speaking, we are not really following the path that were charted in respective EU strategies. Even if you see in the yellow line, the most recent strategies for rail and inland waterways have somewhat lowered the targets in the immediate future. The trend is still decoupling from these targets. So this is again one of the examples how sometimes our actions do not contribute to the high-level objectives. Now coming back to the headline targets I mentioned in the beginning, this slide demonstrates the progress in achieving 2030 renewable energy target. If I had more time, I could also show you some sectoral data, for example, on the dynamics of composition of the sources of energy. And we all know that fossil fuels fossil fuels are somewhat stubborn. They don't want to go away, and we will still be relying on them. The question is to what extent. And therefore, we also on that, we conclude that with no additional action, it will be very difficult to reach these targets. You may say, well, we have to set ourselves ambitious targets. Yes, I agree. However, if the targets are sometimes or maybe perceived as unrealistic or unfeasible, the political and financial commitment may actually become weaker. And I think this is a serious risk exactly these days in the current geopolitical circumstances. These slides demonstrates the progress in achieving 2030 energy efficiency target in the European Union. This one is also, by the way, challenging for Latvia, but not only for Latvia, for many other member states. And here again, I would like to give you a couple of examples of additional performance audits that we did to illustrate these issues. Let's take the one on the energy efficiency in enterprises. During the 2014-20 financial period, basically budget of the EU, there were around 2.5 billion euros for selected operations promoting energy efficiency in enterprises financed by the European Regional Development Fund and Cohesion Fund. The member states and the European Commission jointly manage these funds. As you see, the results are somewhat disappointing, lower than the objectives that were set, lower than even than expectations, therefore raising the question whether that was the optimal way to spend the money. And here I would like to come back to my point about the opportunity cost. Well, this money is basically gone. The objectives are not fully achieved. And this, I think, should raise the question in Brussels, but also in member states. Finally, according to the analysis of the European Commission of the national energy and climate plans, these are basically the main tools that drive climate action in all EU member states. So according to the Commission's analysis of this plan, the cumulative ambition of member states for the greenhouse gas emissions and renewable energy target is sufficient to achieve them in 2030. However, it is already now, by the estimates of the Commission, not enough to achieve the energy efficiency headline target of 32.5% in 2030. And as we auditors know very well, ambition is one thing, meeting ambitions is slightly more different, and for making sure that these targets are actually achieved, member states need to demonstrate how will they fill the necessary financing gap with, first of all, budget financing, but also this budget financing should mobilize private financing. As well as the government should give details on specific measures to be convincing. So what we did, we looked at, yeah, I think I'm a bit too, can we put it back? Because somehow, can we put it back? Yeah, thank you. Yeah, sorry for this bit of a technical hiccup. I think it's me. Yes, so we looked at 5 national energy and climate plans. Basically, we look at 5 member states. And what we found is actually very clear. You see it on screen, that we have to significantly improve the information on investment needs, because currently in the plans, this information is incomplete, inconsistent, and showed large disparities. Well, that's a bit auditor's jargon, but behind that, obviously, there are some more serious issues, more serious than it sounds. Therefore, what it all means is that without significant action, the achievement of these targets, 2030, might be at risk. And very last slide, maybe a little bit to illustrate again what I said about the opportunity costs. This is our analysis on the 2014-2020 EU budget. The EU committed, if you remember, to spend at least 20% of the EU budget in this period on climate action. In 2021, the European Commission reported that it had met the target, having spent 216 billion, which is around 20.1% of the total on climate-relevant measures. And we, in 2021-2022, we verified this analysis by the Commission, and we found that the Commission has somewhat overstated climate spending by at least 72 billion euros. And of these overestimations, almost, basically 80% was from the agricultural funding. Basically, many objectives in the field of agriculture to decarbonize were not actually financed, but something else was financed. So the question, basically what this means is that in this period, the EU spent around 13-14% on climate action. The question is, where is 6%, which are tens of billions? Yeah. So this is something that I think the policymakers also should ask the Commission and should also follow together that these targets are being achieved. And just to give you a flavor for this financial perspective that is now in force, 21-27, the target of spending on climate action is 30%. So this money is being spent now as we speak, and I think it's, we will be better off if we follow what's actually going on. So to conclude, I think with all the challenges that the European Union faces, these data call for action. And this action is necessary to make sure that investment on climate policy is commensurate, is adequate with the ambition, and also to ensure that each euro from the EU or national budget on climate policy delivers its maximum value added in bringing us closer to meeting very ambitious targets. Thank you very much. I hope I did not spoil the party. So thank you, and Olga, over to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much for this great report. It's better to know truth, but please don't go away. I'm sure that we'll have some questions to you. It's better to know the truth, you know, than just to live with the rose glasses. Maybe there are some questions to yeah, please.
Yeah, thank you for putting up the real numbers spent in the European Green Deal. You know, in the Netherlands and Belgium, NGOs went to court, and very recently even the Belgian government is accused of not committing to the targets 2030. Do you think that is the right way to push the governments of doing what they said they were supposed to do?
Thank you. Well, very interesting question. I think it's an ultimate act. I think there are still some good tools within the process of the decision-making in the Union to make sure that we are accountable to our targets. And I think first and foremost, because I myself was actually part of this EU decision-making process, the first port of call to call the Commission for to the account, because this is the Commission that is implementing the EU budget, is within the member states. Yeah, these are national delegations, ministers, officials from the ministries, who should really follow, as I said, as we speak, all these numbers, and make sure that the money is spent to the objectives that were defined first of all. Because as I said, I think at least from my perspective, this is clearly an opportunity cost. And the question is that we have once committed funds, we expect the objective to be achieved. Well, if they're not, it means that we have to redouble. Yeah, so it's lost opportunities. And I think many of you are in this area, so to pose the question, well, what do you think about those 6% of 2014-2020 budget that you could have spent on these nice projects that bring us closer, but they were spent somewhere else, not necessarily for any any bad purposes, but not for the purpose they were intended for. So I think within the EU itself, there are still quite a lot of kind of checks and balances mechanisms before the ultimate solution that someone goes to court. Thank you.
Yeah, so I have also a question to you, taking into account your great background, because we know that you did a lot of audits, both on EU budgeting, but not only. You also are a specialist on EU issues as such and integration of the European Union, and maybe like touching that broader competence of you. What are the possible solutions to increase that better intensity of financing and to speed up the processes? I know that auditors usually just pointing out the bottlenecks, they're not giving the solutions, but just keeping in mind your wider competence. Maybe you have a silver bullet which was looking for here today.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, even if I had, I could not use it because, as you rightly said, from the audit perspective, our task sometimes perceived is as easy one. We discover the problems that we leave the solutions to other people. But I think what's one thing that at least I have been observing for several years now, when while being involved in audit of EU funds in various policy areas, not necessarily these, is that there is a tendency in the EU to spread the money. Everybody, because there is a perception everybody should get a fair share. But that's not always the most optimal approach to solve the problem, to achieve the objective. And now, for example, maybe I can give you a specific example, Repower EU. Repower EU that appeared as a result of Russian invasion in Ukraine, energy crisis. We have analyzed the Commission's proposal and basically the decision that is now on the table. And what we found, one thing was very interesting, because the objective of this Repower EU is to solve the energy dependency problem within the European Union. So you would expect the distribution of funds to reflect somewhat the issues that are in member states. Basically, obviously, Baltics would benefit proportionally more, maybe some other areas, whereas the, as we call it, distribution key was rather GDP, unemployment, and these macro numbers that do not reflect necessarily the problem we want to solve. So that's I think, maybe if not a silver bullet, but at least my observation based on my experience and also auditing funds, not only in this, but also in research and innovation, for example.
Great, and actually maybe one more question, taking into account that you're looking through all the cases of all the member states. We have heard a lot of critics, but is there some good benchmark? What is that best country to look at for the best solutions? Do you maybe have someone in mind to highlight? And
being in Latvia, I should say it's obvious Latvia. No surprise here. No, I think our approach does not focus on member states, country per country. Of course, we take information, but then we look at the EU level. And I think in this area, climate and energy policy, there is unfortunately any good people in the room. I just reviewed while I was waiting for my presentation the most recent report of the Commission on energy and climate change. I think autumn 2023. And even the Commission, with all its optimism, is quite skeptical. And if you look, if you read a couple of sections there, you would be actually you would be alarmed by the fact that we are, as the European Union, not moving, first of all, as fast as we would need, and even worse, in some parts of Europe, in some dimensions or segments of this policy, there is a bit of backtracking going on. So I think here we don't need to look at who is the worst, but we have to look at all of us as a whole, to consider Europe as one area, because this is the only solution for us to achieve the objective and to compete at the global level. That's what's going on now.
Thanks. So we'll have two more questions. The first one, please. No, those reports with critics always attract a lot of attention. I thought it's only the Latvian peculiarity, but probably not.
Darius Užkuraitis, NATO Energy Security Center of Excellence. 2 years ago, our center was engaged in many activities with Middle East countries. I will not name them, but they are famous for providing now alternative gas supplies instead of to replace the Russian supplies, and some not Mediterranean, the Caspian Sea country with capital Baku. They came with the risk assessment 2 years ago, while they've been informed that due to the climate policy, the investments to the new fields of gas and oil recovery will be stopped. There will be no more investment in that field starting from year I cannot recall now. And the biggest risk was for agricultural sector, as one of the biggest consumers is fertilizers industry. We discussed today that there's system approach, the system is balanced, the energy sector is balanced. Whether we're still balanced on that field, the fertilizers kind of policy in the EU and in the world? Can you provide some lights on that? Thank you.
Thank you. Well, basically, the question is, should we continue to finance agriculture to the extent we have been doing it for many years, or?
Should we still use natural gas, if not for energy, then for fertilizers? But if we stop it using for energy, the fertilizer price will grow exponentially because less investments now they are directed to maintain the system and discovery of new fields.
Thank you. Well, yeah, that's not something that I deal on an everyday basis, but what I hear at least that gas will always stay as part of the energy mix, because for countries with no nuclear, the gas is the next best solution to have this base load. So the question is not about whether the gas will continue, but that's my personal view, will continue to be used. The question is to what extent and from where, at least for the foreseeable future. I personally don't see any other solution. But the EU, from the EU perspective, the EU has not much say into how much gas is being used by member states until now. It's national prerogative, national policy. Therefore, if there is a need for kind of more harmonized approach, that's fair enough, and this should be driven by the member states, and member states should be driven by the sector. So I know I didn't answer probably what you asked, and maybe was not very precise, but as I said, it's not my measure. Thank you.
Thank you. So one more short question.
Yeah, the question is that we have started to states get accountable for the results of climate targets from 21. So from 21, it's a countdown from when potential fees would be paid if not reaching the targets. But there's a problem that it's a 3-year later you count for 21. So for 21, we will get the figures only in 24 or later. So the problem is that the government who took decisions or did the plans would be already a different government in place. So how do you get accountable so that we get the results so late in terms of achievements, which is related then to the finances being spent, to the programs being spent, and if you want to correct it, then it's way too late to take any decisions further. So there is this timing gap, which really sets a problem.
Well, I think there's first of all a matter of statistics that again I can't deal. The objective obviously to be as close as possible to the cutoff date. But I think when you say, well, it's difficult to manage this part, well, the EU budget is relatively easy to manage because we operate within a specific financial framework, and the European Commission has more or less hands-on information, or should have at least, about what's going on. And we can always take a corrective action if we see something is not going in the right direction. We, from the court perspective, we do this anytime we see something that draws our attention, but obviously we work on the basis of samples. So we sample certain projects and we see what's going on. So we cannot at this stage cover all budget. But to answer your question, there is a possibility for corrective action because the data on the EU budget is available. Maybe better than at the member state level. That's, I would agree with you. But in the EU budget, we don't have any issue to reprioritize, to redeploy the funds where it is mostly needed at this particular point in time. And this, again, should be driven or could be driven by the member states and also sometimes by the European Parliament and then by the sector. But I'm very happy that we have, I think, 2 ministers in this panel who could also comment on this and how it's going on, because I'm not now part of these discussions.
Yeah, this is what I wanted to say, that Michael's got a lot of hot questions, which are typical for that panel. Please give him applauses for wonderful presentation and good answers. Yeah, now we are coming to the final part of the conference, and before we invite our dear guests, I would like to pay your attention to the budgets you have. And there, on the other side, on the downside, you have QR code, and this is an excellent possibility for everyone to participate in policy-making process. Please take 2 minutes to fill in the questionnaire, answering what are the biggest challenges to your mind in Energy Trilemma. And we will sum up the results and we'll definitely share them with you. But I would like to invite for the panel discussion our dear guests, and first the Honorable Minister for Climate and Energy of the Republic of Latvia, Mr. Kaspars Melnis. Please. Also, I would like to invite our dear guest Timo Tatar from Estonia. He is a Deputy Chancellor for Energy and actually working for many years already in energy, since, I guess, 2012 as a director responsible for infrastructure and markets, so he's very deep in all the processes. Then, Klaus, you already joined us during the first panel, and now you will have a possibility to answer the question, because actually Klaus has double hat. He is also representative of the Nordic Council of Ministers, and this is a coordinating body for the Nordic ministers. And we are happy to hear here also Ms. Monika Michalizin, the ambassador of the Republic of Poland to Latvia. Please. Yeah. So, we had a lot of interesting discussions with you, with some of you and also other participants. And I will definitely like to start with the question, how do you see how the energy trilemma looks in the countries where, or regions where you are from? And maybe, I would like to give Klaus the mic to you because, you had a wonderful presentation in the first panel, and definitely you can have some, nice points to highlight. So the main challenges and how the trilemma looks like in your region.
So the Nordic region, they have a vision of becoming the most integrated and sustainable region in the world. And energy security, affordable energy, and sustainable energy is a prerequisite for that. So you can say that the Trilemma is just supporting or just the foundation for our vision. So I see this as a very important thing. What also should be said that We have been collaborating in the Nordic for many years, but a troubled world calls for even more collaboration, both between the Nordic but also Baltic, Nordic. And we have had a very good collaboration with the Baltic for many years. We have offices in all three Baltic countries. We have common research foundation, research funds, especially within energy cooperation, where we actually make common knowledge, because this is a very complex issue, as the talks today have demonstrated. So I think it's very important to also to make a knowledge foundation to make the right decision on, to base those on. And we have that. And then I also see that some things that is also happening outside of the Council of Ministers, where you have the Marine Board Declaration last August, showing that the Baltic Sea is very important for collaborating on energy security. Is very important, and also the deployment of renewable energy. So there's many indications that is really important for the Nordics to collaborate with the Baltic countries.
So what is the main challenge? I mean, which dimension is the most painful for... You cannot avoid this question, sorry.
I think the security, energy security is the main challenge right now, and then also the deployment rate. And we have seen that some of the obstruction is the acceptabilities of the renewables to get the public acceptance. There we need to do a lot of things. This is also a national issue, but learning how we can do it from each other in a collaboration is quite important.
Thank you. Timo? So how the trilemma looks like in Estonia, which dimension is the most problematic, and what other challenges do you face in Estonia in that?
Yeah, very good question. Thank you, Olga, for inviting. Yes, for Estonian energy policy, the energy trilemma is something which we constantly keep our eye on. Actually, our long-term energy plan has different measures which helps us to sort of see how we are progressing, and actually energy trilemma is one of them. So therefore we were really happy when in the last World Energy Council Trilemma Index, Estonia was the country which did the biggest increase, and now I think we are sharing position number 10 with some other nice countries which I can't recall right now. But having said that, then clearly being ranked number 10 in Energy Trilemma Index doesn't mean that we are there, that everything is now solved. Not by far, that's not an issue. So for a very long time, I would say that the Estonian Energy Trilemma was tilted heavily towards energy security, and obviously that was the reason for that was that we had a lot of fossil power plants which were thermal, which were dispatchable, and for a long time they were also affordable, but not anymore, which means that so the energy trilemma now for the last couple of years have been trying to find a new balance point. It's clearly the concept of energy security is more regional now, so we are more reliant on our neighbors, but at the same time we keep the existing fleet also on a standby. Last year we saw that that was a good decision, so when really the units were needed, then they were there. But on average year like this one, I hope the Estonian energy supply is a mix of our own production, interconnections, like every other country, which means that, yeah, the energy security is not that important anymore. And of course, regarding affordability, we are right now in a process of having more renewables into our system. This is, to us, we see the most quickest way towards having affordable energy prices in Estonia, and we are progressing quite nicely on that track. So right now roughly 1/3 of our electricity comes from renewables, and roughly 40% of our overall energy consumed in Estonia is of renewable origin. And of course, the third pillar where we have progressed or improved the most is clearly environmental impact. So meaning more renewables in role of fossil fuels changing means that our CO2 emissions in Estonia have dropped significantly. Some figures even say that our decrease of CO2 has been the highest among EU countries, so more than 70% since 1990 level. But of course, 1990 was something completely different than it is today. Maybe more illustrative comparison is compared to 2005. And since 2005, our CO2 emissions have dropped 40%, which means that Estonian energy trilemma is changing, but right now it seems that it's changing on a right track to more balanced position. And well, compared to other countries, as said, ranked number 10.
That's right, a lot of challenges. Mr. Melnis, what's in Latvia? I think that the most of our listeners are from Latvia and are really eager to hear. How do you see the energy trilemma in Latvia?
This is not a question what's more important or not, because we understand it's equal important all the topics. We are working on the plan of the future, we see all topics. But I say now it's more depends on the time schedule, because we understand 2025 we want to switch off from the BREL. It's a security question that we will do. Of course, we understand we go for green, sustainable energy, and it's a little bit longer. We can't make so fast going that we want, but we go forward. And from our side, it's important to go make decisions and move forward the sector, how we can help them. The question is from our side, it's how we can help and make it faster. We understand it's time it takes what it takes. We can't build so fast that we want it. It's very important. Of course, secondly, we are looking at what's happening in our neighbors to understand, because we are in one region and we are going forward, want it or not, we're going all together forward. Yeah, so it's very important to understand where our colleagues are going, because we need to go more forward. And this time I would say give topic not maybe what's more important, but from my side, what I understand, we all understand where we're going. We understand we need green, sustainable energy, but now what from our side, I understand from ministry side, we need more talk with society and the public to explain why we're going. Because now at the moment we understand where we're going, but it's like a little bit joke. But, we want to see the wind turbines, but not in my garden, and that start to be like a problem. From what side we make all to going, but in the end was the question, well, maybe the wind turbines, and if society don't want to see them. Then it will be the next challenge where we now are working to find what will be the, benefits what we can give for the society which lives around the wind turbine. So it's a very important topic. Because of that topic will be a question how fast or slow we're going that way. If society, from one side, yes, we want to go, but in the second, but not in my garden, then we'll have next problems. Well, it's not a problem, but next challenges, and that's very important. So get from society support, yes, we want it, and yes, we want it in my garden. And if we get that support, this will go much more faster, because now the biggest enemy is time.
Yeah, right, correct. Monica, so what are your points in this regard?
Thank you very much. It's an honor to be here, and I think that the Polish point of view, it's not very different from Latvian and all our region, because I would say that the main challenge is security, and the security of energy. And this panel was named by more political panel. So I'm not an expert in energy, but from the political point of view, I can say that in every talks, in every theme we discuss with the Latvian side or with other sides, like, you know, with Baltic states. The energy security and security is this is the main question and main challenge. And I think this is also very important to stress that it was, I think, said that it's also in all the geopolitical situation we have now after Russia attacked Ukraine. Like the behaving and point of view of the Baltic states, but maybe not so much Poland, but all our region, and I think for sure Europe changed. So that means that observing the reality, like for last 25 years or 30 years, it was like, you know, very hard to hear and to see that all the, like, you know, projects which can help to diversify or to make countries independent from one source, from, for example, from Russia. The projects have a lot of difficulties to realize. It was like, you know, even if it were a crucial project, it was very difficult. Not only in our region of Europe, CE, but also in Europe as whole. And sometimes the direction was in opposite. So Mr. Zille also told about the Nord Stream 1 and Nord Stream 2. And it was very, I think, harmful for all our security in Europe in general. What was, like, you know, seen by for example, in the times of Russia attacked Crimea or Georgia or now finally in Ukraine, and the Ukraine was the moment of awakening. So this is like the moment which can be, like, you know, on which we can, like, you know, see as which we can see as a positive one, because from our point of view, every this project which can build this security, energy security in the region, now they are, like, you know, after 30 years, they are very quickly realized, and this is, like, you know, very interesting, because even 2 years ago, I think before the war in Ukraine, you couldn't imagine that, for example, Baltic states and Germany, for example, what we also saw in the chart, that it's like more than 90% independent from Russian sources. And I also want to say it about Poland, because Poland, as we also saw, it was 99% of independent, like, you know, independence of Poland from sources from Russia. And but Poland, it was also different case because Poland was very good prepared for what happened in 2022. Because the government for last 8 years made a lot of efforts to raise the security of Poland and diversify the sources of energy. And for example, LNG projects and for example, pipeline, Baltic pipeline from Norway. So we as Poland, we really feel this, what also was very much, like, you know, point out when started the Russia's war against Ukraine, that we feel like regional leader also in building the security, energy security at first. So we also, according to for example, for the Baltic states, we proposed such format like Poland and 3 Baltic states, PL plus B3, and which is very much connected also to energy security. And I think the first and the most crucial project which should be done in this like framework or in this format, it is connection between Poland and Baltic states through of course through the Harmony link, but it's also connected to the like cutting out from the Brel system, from Russian system. For now, moment, as I understood, in 2025. So I hope that it will be the crucial project, because we of course we can talk about other aspects of Trilemma, but I think the first and main question is for now moment to have security, to secure our people, like because energy security, it's also independence. It's also independence for our region and also for Europe. So this format, and also we also propose this initiative as a like this format for deepening cooperation, especially also in energy security questions. So we are open to cooperate, to build our common stronger attitude, also to share with our experience. Of course, we saw the panel with Orlen Group, so I think that they are really enthusiastic about cooperation with Baltic states, and I hope that it will be not the Baltic states, but all our region, and we will build this at first. Really, energy security.
All right, thank you. So I have a question, well, maybe Timo, to you. Well, there were a lot of comments during the conference that definitely energy sector needs time in order to make the changes through, and there is a lack of energy in action nowadays, but we are dreaming about the long-term plans. What could be the right solutions to be taken in a short term in order to start the process moving? And what are those seeds which should be planted today in order to achieve those faraway goals in 2050 or something, which is our ideological trilemma point where we would like to be somewhere in the future?
Yeah, very good question. So, what are those seeds? Well, I think you have to do things which are, reasonable and future-proof. So, and there are always something you can do. So to really create an environment where really energy investments want to come. So at least this is something which I have tried to put my energy in, really to go down and find those really pragmatical things. So Latvian minister was mentioning this NIMBY. So I hope we in Estonia a couple of years ago managed to find a cure for this NIMBY, and now I'm already hearing that there are also YIMBY, yes, in my backyard. So, which was, yeah, the compensation mechanism. So for the municipalities and also the households living nearby the wind farms. And I guess that was one of the taxes, one of the tax where the subject of the tax, so the companies were really eager. They were pushing actually government to introduce such tax. So I really seldom hear that the companies who are going to be taxed are insisting the government that please introduce something. So that was the case, and actually I would say it has worked out quite nicely. So we are seeing a lot of interest towards developing wind farms in Estonia, not only offshore but also onshore. So there are a lot of interests and a lot of things are happening. So and for a long time we had also an issue with the defense restrictions with the raiders. I don't know, is this an issue in Latvia, but in Estonia there was a time when more than 80% of the territory was banned for erecting new wind farms. So, and again, the solution was to convince politicians that we need extra investments to create sort of a overlapping radar coverage, which eventually will open up 80% of Estonian territories. So I think eventually there is not one single thing you can put your finger on. This is constantly being there for the energy companies, listening to them, and listening many of them, not only one or two, because they are always approaching the policymaker with their ideas, and you have to listen many of them and then take an average out of it to really understand what is the most useful way forward, and then start implementing those issues. And I think this is the way forward, how you then reach to the goal. So Estonia, by the way, has set itself quite an ambitious target for 2030 as well. So we plan to produce from renewable electricity sources as much electricity as our 2030 electricity demand, so 100%. And a couple of years ago, this goal or target sounded ridiculous, but once you start implementing those small everyday tasks, then you see that changes can happen. And it was just a week ago, Estonian Environmental Agency published their study or analysis where they are saying that, well, it seems that Estonia is on track to meet this 100% target, that there are enough projects at least. The other question is that how much of those projects can be realized purely on market terms, whether we need to introduce some sort of CFD and at some point. But this is again a decision which at one point you have to make, and then all of a sudden you realize that, well, that we have reached to somewhere that the level of renewable electricity share is quite high already. So Estonia right now is ranked number 4 in Eurostat when it comes to renewable energy. So, and well, I think the question how we reached so far, then you find the answer in very small decisions every day. Not only policymakers, but the companies are making. So everyone know what is the target, and everyone every day are making small steps towards the target. And then this is the way you achieved on it, not only 2030 but 2050 target as well.
Yeah, thank you. Well, Kaspars, I don't know whether you already have very nice steps in your notes, taking into account that you joined the position for not that long time ago. Have you already formulated what are those urgent steps to be taking, and what are those long-term looking actions to have in mind, or maybe where to seed those first steps?
I would say the first one is to make the first push-up for the whole energy sector where we want to go, because we all know the goals where we're going. Question how we went there at this moment, I don't have one answer. What should be the right way? Because we have a different sectors, we have different ways. Like we understand in farming, it's biogas, biomethane is one way. With the transport, it's electricity and hydrogen. We see the ports where we're looking at the hydrogen. And there isn't one best way how to go. At this moment, I'd say for our side, it's very important to be open to see how, because understand the technology is really fast changing. Question what will be the best way after 5 years, and it could be different, and we need to be open to see those opportunities and use it. Even today, I have a discussion with colleagues, and we talk about energy strategic, and we question about 4 years ago would be totally different. And now we see a totally different situation. Of course, first of all, now it's more important the security question. We know what's happening in the region. And so there isn't one best way. Of course, for us, our side, it's be open, start moving forward to see where we want to go, and make the very good, how to say, climate for investors, for business, for society. And this would be, from my side, the most important topic, to make it open and for people understand it and be clear rules of the game. That's very important because, like I said, the tax, yes, we're going that way, but at the moment for our side, we're working with nearest 2-3 months. We wanted to clear ourselves what will be it, and don't change it later. Because from the investors, it's very important. If you make the decision, when you go, then nobody will change the game rules in the middle of the game. And that's very important for our side. And that's what's from, of course, we understand situation will be changed, something will be maybe be different ways. And then you must, for our side, to explain argument why it's changing, not because we want it or it's changed political situation. No, there's supposed to be some real opinion why. And I would say for us, this makes stable situation, clear, open it, and that would be most important for us. And I would say from us, don't be afraid to say we don't have the best way now at the moment. We don't know the best way. We're open, we want to see it, and I understand that maybe today's best way in some sectors will be after 5-10 years will be different one. And we want to see it and be open it.
Well, Klaus, maybe you can also just point out few points in the short term and few points important for the long term to do now.
So it's a really good question. I think the most important thing is that you don't just choose the first best solution. I think we are in an energy crisis. We have been there several times before. We had the oil crisis, we had the climate crisis, we had the price crisis after the COVID. We now have the security of supply crisis after the invasion of Ukraine. So if I have to point out one thing is that think it through, and this is the beauty of the Trilemma, that you actually not only focus on a short issue with just security of supply, but also take all the other things into account, and then have a common foundation, knowledge-based foundation, so you make the right choices. So I think this is the most important thing that you think it through. I know it's not a solution, but it's
a very crucial point. Monica, well, I know that today this is a voting for the credit to the new government in Poland. Do you have a message or receipt to them what to do first, how to make Polish energy trilemma sustainable?
Not yet, because it's in Poland. It started this voting at 3 o'clock, so it was 4 o'clock in Latvia, and we were sitting on the parliament. So I'm sorry, I will check when we go out. But I think in Poland, main goals are not changing, because, as you know, we are we have this energy sources coal. We are coal-based, and we have to find this way to how to go out from the situation when we have to find a balance between this sustainability, affordability, and also this energy security. So as I said, it's the first. It's energy security, and then I think we are we will try to find this harmony between all these aims or challenges, and I think that the main steps is they are in every country is the same. This is the diversification, energy efficiency, and infrastructures modernization. I think it's for Poland as for other countries in our region is crucial, because we have to go through this transition from old Soviet times toward the new energy sources, and what we are stressing the most, there are these offshore farms, and especially on the Baltic. I hope that it will be also a symbol of our putting our efforts in all the Baltic region, but also Europe, building this energy efficiency and then green energy. And of course, we also proposed on COP on top our small energy atom nuclear power plants. So I think it will be also the main aim of like concrete steps of our especially Orlen, but also other Polish companies. So.
Good, fine, thank you. Well, maybe you have questions from the audience to our distinguished speakers. All the plans for the countries to develop the energy policies, unique possibility. Okay, I have a question then. Well, probably each of you could highlight something which really catched your attention today during the discussions we had in the previous panel discussions, and something what you would like to have as a takeaway to think about and maybe just make it happen somehow or start working on that in your countries. I don't know who is brave enough to start.
I don't know if this is a takeaway, but I think Christian Ruby's talk about the generation is quite important, because sometimes we start talking about technologies, we start talking about economies, but sometimes we forget about the different generations. So the difference between this, I think it's called the Z and the boomer generation, and how we should approach them, I think that's quite important. Also to make it a more sustainable transition and have an inclusive transition that all are with us. So I think this is one of the takeaways I take.
Okay, thank you. Timo, what about you?
Well, I have to admit that I wasn't very good student, so I wasn't listening very carefully. But I made a very good time during the coffee breaks. So
it also counts. The best ideas usually come during the coffee breaks.
Yes, and those were really inspiring. Maybe the thing which got me sort of most thinking is that, well, for the energy transition, you also need social acceptance. So if you push too far, it's Newton law, you get force which is exactly the same, but with the other direction. And well, this also applies in the politics. And if you push too far, too strong, then the society will react, and then the consequences might be totally vice versa, which was the original intention. So, and I guess this is the, well, eventually, or at the end of the day, the most critical task for our politicians, that how really knowing all those ambitious targets and even having all the answers or technologies available, or all the models how we can put together the energy transition and climate neutrality by 2050. But if you can't sell this rather complex equation to the society, if you don't have the simple messages, then unfortunately we are not getting there. So, and well, I think this is something where all the countries are still lagging behind. With every general elections, we see and more that those powers who are sort of feeding people those simple but wrong answers, they are getting more and more popular.
Kaspar, do you have some kind of thinking, thought?
Yeah, if Timo was bad listening, then I wasn't even here. Even coffee breaks. But
the opening remarks only.
But most important, like I said, first of all, it's great that we have this conversation here, and the most important conversation was on coffee breaks. And while listening to Timo, I think the idea, one of the reasons why we saw back of some goals, I think it's just like he said, it's society. Society don't move forward with us. Sometimes we move faster than the society wants in the public life, which is like running behind us. And I think this one of my ideas that I take from here, that's why it's very important to get society running with you together. But first of all, I want to say thank you for this conference. It's very important for us, and I would say that's one of where you come, you discuss your ideas, and you exchange, and you have some, I would say, some good and some bad ideas from other people you're listening, and other colleagues.
Monica, were you a good student listening to our conference?
I think I very much agree with our gentlemen, and the discussion. This is the main discussion, and like education discussion, and I think just communication with people to make them understand, agree, but also I think that the crucial question would be also. We are saying all the time the same thing, that all the processes and transition and so on, it should be honest. So this is not only the I'm sorry, I'm just it's a little bit like the Polish perspective, but we really feel a little bit in the center of the region, and we sometimes feel like the voice of the region, and I think the very important thing is to make people understand that it's not only on our shoulder. We have the most difficult way to go from the past to the green and beautiful world, but we have to cooperate also and make understand to other partners that it's not only our task, and we should have help also, from this country is the most interested in this quick transformation, because it's very difficult to explain people. So, for example, in Poland, it's really very difficult task, because it's also about the money and how people react to this financing for some ideas. So.
Yeah, well, thank you. Actually, I would like to agree with all of you. And one of the words I wrote down also during all the panels was that kind of education and social involvement, because, well, people are an important market players. So the education from scratch, well, actually, it's also the question about the competence of all those specialists we need to implement all those energy transitions, growing them up, making them competent, and also all the others to take on board all those huge challenges. So I would like to thank our great panelists for great remarks and takeaways. Yeah. Edgar, so I give you the floor back. Thank you very much.
Olga, actually, it's your conclusion speech.
Okay.
And after that, Michael, Howard, after you.
Okay, so I was supposed to give first some words, some conclusion words to Mike, but actually I can start. Of course, each conference is brilliant with the conclusion words, with a lot of words of many thanks, and many of you already expressed a lot of good words about this event, and definitely that couldn't happen without great support we had. We had a great support from our sponsors, supporters. This is EPRI, this is Latvian, this is Riga Technical University, this is Nordic Council of Ministers, it's Orlen. This, of course, it's also the members of the World Energy Council Latvia. These are future energy leaders, Latvia, and I would like to ask you to give a particular applause to Edgar, who also put all that together with a team. I will not read down all the names because, well, it took a long time, but there was a very powerful team behind. And, well, I would like to give floor to Mike for the conclusion, final remarks. and also his takeaways from this conference. Mike, please. Mike Fowler is the chair of the World Energy Council.
Thank you. So, let me first say thanks to Olga. I mean, the amount of time that she has spent and her team in pulling this together has been significant, and it could not have taken place without her dedication. I guess we started talking about this maybe a year ago. I don't remember now, but a lot of hard work by her, not me, by her, has gone into this, and I just want to give you a big round of applause. So, like Olga, she said, we appreciate the sponsors. We appreciate you also for being here. And so thank you for that. So when I think about the World Energy Council, I'm going to make this short too, so I know it's been a long day, but it's 100 years old. And the purpose of the World Energy Council creation was to bring people together, to have these meaningful discussions about our energy future. Now, just kind of think back. This started in 1924. 1924. How many other organizations have been around for 100 years? But at that time, the world was facing a very, very difficult time. We had just shortly there before that, you had World War I. Who would have thought that World War II would be next? But it was all about access to energy. And so the founding fathers came together and said, we need to create an organization to have these civil discussions about how we use energy, how we can provide energy to humanity in a way that's secure, affordable, sustainable. That's the trilemma that Olga mentioned when she started this morning. That's what this organization is all about. It's to bring people together and have these discussions. And me, as chair of the World Energy Council, that is what it's all about. That's why I'm doing this. And so next April, we come together globally in Rotterdam. And we're going to have a much bigger conference, but it'll be, like this, where we have discussions, but on a much more global platform and a much more global perspective. But we're going to have dialogue, civil dialogue, and we're going to talk about energy security, energy sustainability, energy affordability, and what we can do to move forward as one. That is critically important in 1924 and 2024. If we look at the conflicts around the world, it is essential that we come together and think about how we can ensure that energy is for everyone. And so the theme of the Rotterdam Conference, that is April 22nd through the 24th, is going to be highlighted in a video here in just a second. And then I'm going to ask Aid, where is Aid? I saw him here. Oh, there he is. He was right behind someone. Okay. He is the Secretary General of the World Energy Council in the Netherlands, which is the host of this very important conference. We call it a Congress. That'll be in April. We have them every 2 years now. Before, they were every 3 years. I think there were a few years there because of the war, World War II, we could not have them. But I want him to say a few words. And it's critically important that we have every single one of you attending this Congress. It is going to be the most important Congress that we've had since the very first one. If you think about the conflicts and the challenges that we have, this will be the one to attend and have those discussions. So if we could, Aid, if you could come on down, and while he's coming down, can we play the video? Be there. It's that simple. Now, I would also like to offer a special invitation to our minister. And yes, so here is a special invitation to you. And we really want to, we don't want to, well, we're kind of twisting your arm. Or at least that's kind of. Be there. There we go. So we really want you to be there and be part of the discussion, and all of you. So that's a special invitation. Now I'm going to turn it over to Aid, and then I'm going to come up and say a few words more, and then Olga is going to close it out. So.
Thank you very much, Mike. Yeah, I'm glad that I can be here to tell you something about the Congress in Rotterdam. My name is Aad Groenenboom. I'm the Secretary General of the World Energy Council Netherlands. And I'm also in the board of the local organizing committee organizing the Congress. And I'm really looking forward to have this Congress. I mean, it's the first time that it takes place in the Netherlands. The Congress has been going around the world in many places, but now it's in Western Europe, and we are very glad to be the host of this Congress. Now, the real host is our Minister of Economic Affairs and Climate, Minister Rob Jetten. He is the official host of the Congress, and as Mike was saying, the Congress is, of course, global, meaning that all the energy systems that we globally have are being covered during the Congress. And global also means that we have invited all the countries in the world to participate by means of speakers or attendance. And so we hope to have a very broad representation during these 4 days in April. And the redesigning energy for people and planet, which is the theme, is actually the trilemma. Redesigning energy refers to the fact that after Ukraine, the whole energy system in the world has changed significantly, and that security of supply is again a hot topic, which wasn't so much the case before that. And people and planet refers to the humanizing aspect and the sustainability aspect. Now, our Minister Rob Jetten will be hosting a ministerial roundtable for which you are invited to attend. And we also have a CEO roundtable for the CEOs of the energy companies that want to attend the Congress. And this year, special is also Mayor's Roundtable, which will be hosted by Mayor Abu Taleb, who is the mayor of Rotterdam. And the conference, of course, covers a lot of topics. I mean, the theme is clear, but we have 5 pillars below it, and in each pillar we have separate sessions. So the main Congress already includes 60 sessions. And apart from that, we have also side events, side visits, but also side discussions. And the intention is to keep them sort of interactive. So we don't have only presentations from the stage towards the audience, but we also have panel discussions, but also roundtable discussions in various sorts and various topics to keep the whole 4 days very lively. And it's apart from events that take place on the floor of the convention center, we also intend to have site visits, and that is primarily related to the port of Rotterdam, where there are many examples of the developments of the energy transition in the Netherlands that are worthwhile to visit. And therefore, we will offer a program of visits to those locations. And also the city of Rotterdam, because they are very keen on being part of the whole program of Smart City. And they will have developed certain visits as well as part of the program. Some are then next to the program, but they will be quite interesting for you to participate on a selective basis. And we also pay attention to diversity. Diversity not only male-female, but also in age, specialisms, regional, all these kinds of things. So we try and make a very nice mix. And we have about 250 speakers already that are listed and accepted to speak at the Congress. So that's quite a lot, actually, 4 months ahead of the Congress. And what is also important is that we have a special program for future energy leaders. That is, as you probably know, there's a community of about 100 future energy leaders in the world of World Energy Council. And we in the Netherlands also have a separate group of future energy leaders. And we want to combine them at the Congress. And they will do a study in advance, and they will present the results thereof at the Congress. So we'd like to involve as many people as we can, and many visions that are available to be presented at the Congress. And So we hope that it will be a lively program, and therefore we would like to see as much of you as possible in the form of a delegate or part of the ministerial roundtable, or as a sponsor is also possible. If you look at the website, there are possibilities to sponsor the Congress and to present yourself then to the whole world, because we also have quite a lot of media representation at the Congress, so anything that happens there will be spread out over the world very quickly. So I realize that I'm keeping you from drinks and dinner, and it's already late in the afternoon, so I will keep it short here. In case anybody has a question, I'm happy to try and answer it. But otherwise, I would like to thank you and Olga, especially for organizing this very nice conference. I've been here all the time, and it was really inspiring for me to hear, because my knowledge of the Baltic region was not very deeply, but now I understand much more. So thank you very much.
So simply show up. That is critically important for you to be part of the discussion and to make a difference in our energy future. So put it on your calendar. If you want more information, you can go to the World Energy Council's website and get all of the information that you need to make your reservation, sign up, and be there. It is going to be one of the most important events of 2024. I'm going to give you've got the last word.
Very short, not that much to add. Thank you for your precious time. Mike, thank you very much again. Thank you, everyone. And Edgar will give you some technical information about still some actions if you wish to take today. Thank you for your time.